Hello Blender folks, let's see if it started. It has started, yes. Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. I'm XII, and this is a sequence of sequence of melt rigging experimental project, and actually if it works, and it will work eventually when I learn how to do these things properly and make the proof of concepts that work. Some that don't work we dump, and those that work we keep, or maybe keep safe for an appropriate use. And so alright, so we've been making a lot of progress in this since we start. I've never did a complete melt rig for a character. I don't have much experience in melt rigging, therefore, so of course this means that this is quite difficult in one hand. On the other hand, I have good experience with spline skinning and rigging already in Blender, therefore it is very likely that I can totally achieve a good result, because I've made already other good stuff with spline skinning in Blender and another deform rig stuff, so and control rig stuff. So here, and all custom, right, customized, so it's not like those preset features from add-ons and other preset things, which are great, because rigging takes a lot of time, consumes a lot of time, and it's sometimes it's very complicated. Often it's complicated. Very often it becomes very complicated, and there is complexity involved also. So that said, here I have a list of tasks for this Sunday or for this session at least, and as we can read here probably, hold on, this is bad. Yeah, let's not move this side. This size, it's too small for me to read, so let's see here if there's any way that I can read this properly. No, I'm just having hard time. Okay, so new lips rest position. So these are tasks that I'm planning to do for this session, which should take a few hours. I'm not gonna use soundtrack, unfortunately, so use your own, please. If you want some ambience, I would need a headphone, would be better for me. So new lips rest position, okay, ovaloid, horizontal, 80% closed, smooth. Okay, what does that mean is that I want to remake the rest position for the mesh of this lips melt shape. So the mesh is here, and yeah, we're gonna probably separate that. This is another question, but separating that or not doesn't matter. I want to make a new rest position that will suit better, because this melt rest position is actually was experimental. I thought that perhaps it's not incorrect, the concept, but for what's going on here, this might not be actually the best choice, because it would be hard to find out the best choice. No, I mean a better choice. The whole notion of having the mouth open like that, there are many. One, you see there are some lips detail that might be a bit exaggerated. This will be a half kiss rest position, but since I've made a setup with some anatomical subtleties of the mouth, so this could be good for whatever rig we have. But with KVIT, it's very dependent on our approach. So because I have in this rig discovered this mouth rigging experiment, I've discovered, when I say discovered, that in the process of investigation, of researching, of taking reference from other artists, I end up with something that could be compared to perhaps the concept of a profile curve. And exactly this is, if we pick on the Pixar video that we say profile curve, yeah, this thing. So I wasn't trying to copy it, it just coincidentally occurred that now I think I understand the concept behind the idea behind the concept of profile curve, because you see, well, what's the profile here? This is like just a cage mesh. Where's the profile curve thing? Well, actually, this is bendy bones. These are bendy bone splines. So here's one bendy bone spline, and this whole thing is a bendy bone spline. This is the next bendy bone spline, and you see this is spline skinning, and this is a inbuilt curve for bendy bones. So if it were done by spline key bone constraint, alternatively for spline skinning, instead of bones like this, yeah, maybe I would use bendy bones in the sense of segments. I'm not sure if it would have handles though. I don't remember, but there would be a spline key bone constraint and a curve object, and the curve object would be the real splines that would control the positioning of the bones and possibly some aspects of the bone segmentation. So I did not gonna enter into details right now. I'm not sure of the theory of spline skinning in Blender and bendy bones, but what I've read is that there would be a inbuilt curve object here, sort of a curve, right? So this is the makes for the spline. So we can control the profile with some degree of accuracy. I know here this can be better, it's just that we are still developing this. This means that I can morph the shape of the lips in principle on any position, because this whole block, this can move as a whole block. The question is it moving as a whole block safe enough? Probably, even though it's spline skinning, probably if you make some rotations of the whole thing, it will still behave as it will still generate the typical artifacts. However, we don't really need to rotate, make this kind of rotation of the whole thing, because we have others. We're gonna make an additional, maybe one on the top, maybe another on the bottom. Of course, they will be symmetric. This one is mirrored. So this, yeah, symmetrized, right? So we're not supposed to do much manipulations in terms of rotations here, nor this kind of stuff. But we can, a little won't hurt, I assume. And so if you want to shape the lips, we can create pose assets, because this is local coordinates. We can, even if the mouth is in another position, with pose asset we can, I've tested, and that's the case, right? Exactly that I have made here. So although it's not very good to see here, but yeah, because they're lacking of more structure on the rig. But what it does is those bones, they just adapt, those ones, hold on, they would, oh, I'm using the wrong bone, sorry. This would move the whole thing, and if I, yeah, so you see, they will adapt. They won't go back to that rest pose, because it only affect what I've posed on them were not their locations when I created this. So they were in place, so whenever I bring this, it will adapt those. I'm not calling them profile curves, because I don't know exactly what Pixar does. So instead I'm calling this profile B-bone splines. And so the idea, it was already used with bendy bones for nose. I've seen this from Lara. So Lara bendy bones, let's see. this guy here, this artist, so he was one of the first. I've already mentioned, yeah. So this is Danny Mac. This is just a video where he mentions this bendy bone rig. So the nose has a spline. I think might be the case too. This is another artist that got inspiration from Lara, Daniel Lara. So I think this is would be the no. This is just a yeah. So unfortunately here we don't see the bendy bones, but there's one in the tip of the nose, and this would be more safe. It is more comparable to a profile, right? So, because we see the curve of the bendy bones. Where it is? Hold on. We see the armature, the bones there. It will be better if these things were not in front. Okay, so here, and we can have some degree. It's not good now, the deformations, but not great, but yeah. So you see how it works, and we can change those profiles, and then the profile curves or the cage mesh. If we have something like here, we technically could have something here crossing. Maybe there's a joint here, and then this splits this bendy bone splines in two, and then it continues back. So just so you have multi-profiling from different, so very analytical, right? But it's not necessarily required. In that case, if we push that to the maximum, we'll end up with a cage mesh rig, and because bendy bone splines, that cage mesh rig will also be something that would look like just like the profile curves there. However, maybe they use another splitting algorithm, another skinning method, so a different skinning algorithm. I don't know. Maybe they use special softwares. Maybe they use other tools. So I'm not copying them. So accidentally, in part accidentally, or maybe it was expected to occur, as someone told me in the live, exactly in the live, oh, why don't you do something vertical? I was doing those things around. I don't have the examples here. Oh, I have an example. I have old here structure, so I was doing something like circular, including around the mouth. Why don't you do vertical, right, for the profile? Oh yes, I know the profile for the nose, but I wasn't really considering making this. I didn't thought it was a good idea. Well, let's do it, and then it started to sound like good, and then these ones here are not functioning. What should functioning would be the B-bones, the lips, profile B-bone splines, and then they move as a block with some structure here, which currently are not good because they are combining the mouth with the, so I need another new controllers here to make this good, and this is the most technically, yes, everything is a bit complicated, but if we analyze everything, it's actually pretty simple. What is not simple is no understanding how do we get to this point, right? So alright, then I was talking about the mechanisms. Alright, so and I was explaining about this. Okay, the rest position. So ovaloid, yes, we want something that will adapt more to this stretching. So this is why we want a mouth that is, instead of having more, here is slightly even more verticalized, I think, because of this, how this curve looks and this. So we do not need it. We don't also need anymore, I believe, the anatomical shapes, because we can shape them. Of course, they might be good to have, slightly at least, for the lips, the mesh on rest position. So the original model, it should, even though it's low poly, medium poly, somewhere in between, I think we can have some anatomical shapes, and could be smooth, right? Could be but we want smooth shapes, right? That's it. maybe, yeah, more or less smooth. More than what I had originally. So we're gonna fix that. And most, not half closed, we want it horizontalized, ovaloid, so to contemplate, I assumed it will be better than a closed mouth. And so something like here. I believe the circular shape, just as here, some sort of round shape is good for rest position of the mouth. But since as I've said, I know that the rest position matters. So for the output deforms, but since we can shape, okay, this was about the anatomical shape, so it will be smooth. We can make shapes from here, so that's why we don't care anymore about too much about the original shapes of the lips themselves, but the whole in these directions, yes, we want to reshape the mouth in a way that we believe will be more adaptive in terms of deforms to the orientation of the face. Like there's this muzzle shape here, which is very elongated on the horizontal axis, right? And then we probably want have the mouth rest position on that. So it will facilitate the deforms, create less artifacts, we believe, and that's it. The point here. Then we take bones rest positions also, because if we change the rest position of the lips, we don't want the bones to be offset. We need to, and because of these lips, because the fact those lips bones they are profile bendy bone splines, we'll need to see what would be the ideal rest position for these bone splines. In the new rest position that we'll be getting, but we won't need anymore to have a half kiss shape, because we can, in theory, we'll be able to, thanks to this profile stuff, bendy bone splines, we'll be able to reshape whenever we want on this around the lip, any shapes here. So it would be like morphs, and then we have pose assets for this. So provide we can keep shaping this thing all along, we just, I assume the base condition for this to be feasible in most mouth positions and shapes would be the lips, the mouth entirely as a whole. I mean in these orientations here, right? Not in this circular orientation, right? Would be that we don't make this kind of horrid of radical transforms. It might be that this will not be really causing so many artifacts there for different reasons, but it's difficult for me to know right now. Maybe you'll find out that later. So what, oh, hello Alex Gushing, welcome back. In this weekend, as you see, we are making the continuation of mouth rig. I'm just explaining stuff, conceptual stuff for, and we should be able to start in a moment. So then we take respiration, add lips profiles. Yeah, we're gonna add new lips profiles, B-bone spline, just a few, just a couple. And solve waves side. Yeah, so the side lips, they have a problem of waves. We're gonna investigate that. And actually we are going to do something else. Solve how to say main lips mouth. Okay, so solve control, yeah, control 3. So this is an initiation, doesn't mean I'll solve it. It's developed, yeah. So retake, yeah, retake would be better. We need to improve this because there are some complicated interactions between wave painting. What is wave paint driven? What is, what is armature deform driven? What is bone constraint, bone relation, parenting of bones, related. And so this is for me a bit tricky because I used to do another method usually. Now we are changing our practices, and so I need to retake this. And so finally we will have assess dynamic muzzle ghost mesh. So this is something from a crazy tutorial, very interesting, actually ingenious thing. Universal sonic mouth rig. And so what it does, there's a video, yes, but we're gonna look at this. So just set this and you have, okay, some crazy mouth expressions here. What this does is that the mouth is able to move all along its surface, right? It shrink wraps to actually it's quite complicated, the method here. We are trying to make a simplified version of that. I'm not sure I'm gonna use this method, but there are very good concepts here. For example, here the arcades, they have some sort of rotation. Of course, here it helps that the proportions, circular proportions, don't get crazy, and my model will be different. I have to find a solution for that. But whatever, what happens is that the arcades, they follow the mouth hole, and so the mouth hole has the mouth and the mouth hole, they are like a pointing direction for all the arcades. So instead of having to move the jaws individually, as we move this is extremely original, because it's actually, this is very good for cartoon. For realistic, this will be ridiculous, because of course we move the mouth, it's the lips, the flesh, the interior of the mouth, at least the bony part, the structure of the mouth, the jaws don't move. Of course it depends. If we move the jaw, of course but we can move only the lips, muscles, flesh, right, and tissue of that kind, and the jaws don't move. So actually you have lips motion, mouth motion, and particularly the mouth motion will drag the arcades, even though that mouth motion doesn't necessarily mean a jaw motion. And so this is what those muzzle things, and so if you see, this is highly expressive, and it occurs that my character design, it sort of have this sort of muzzle, right, for her, and then this is why that interests us a lot, because we are researching some mouth rigging with some potential of, for example, I've been researching this character design. Has been Hotel as a reference. They're very good character design in my opinion. So look, some mouth expressions here. Even the teeth we'll consider. We could use splines for profile, or could use shape keys, doesn't matter. Could be armature deformed too in a more linear blend skinning. I'm just starting to get an idea because of those profile craziness. Maybe we could. Okay, never mind that. Yes, there. I've just had a crazy idea for the teeth I have been thinking about, but you see, we want some expression. Look at that expression. It's not sure that character will have exactly that kind of mouth, but yes, eventually could happen something similar. Not the teeth necessarily, but we could do something like that, right? Yeah, so the mouth should have some sort of bendiness to do all that, even closed, and so yeah, like something like that. I have another character which has a smile like that, so all the time, and the character design is very similar. So and see, let's see, so all those very 2D cartoonish things that are really hard to obtain in 3D with this degree of precision. Okay, so the idea of the sonic mouth rig is that I'm not sure, I'm not trying to reproduce this entirely. This will be a quest for something else, another test. But what it does, it is how the overlaps meshes. So there's a base mesh like this ghost mesh structure that we don't see now, but it's behind. It's this um, sorry folks, yeah, very hard to isolate that for some reason. Okay, here, so there's something like that, but in this rig it is dynamic. It will it doesn't have a mouth though, so it is the basic ghost shrink wrapping thing, except in this rig, the universal sonic rig, this structure moves, also gets the cheeks deformed, so, and the nose bridge, something else, that all the muzzle deformed, except there's no mouth hole, no mouth in that part. Then there's another that is actually it's called some flat mouth, so it has the same mesh, same position, except it adds the mouth, and then there's a mouth hole. And then there's another mesh. All of them are deformable, and they deform all together with the same bones, except that the basest one don't have mouth, so the deformed bones don't affect it. But the cheekbones are affecting all the three meshes. In this case, I'm not even using this for the case of shrink wrapping exactly in the same measure. I was using this to maintain the shape of the face as we moved the mouth, which is in the same mesh as the face, right? So I'm not making a, I would be using two. So you see where this thing works here. Well, it's not exactly work, it's because I have a, now it is work. So I cannot push this beyond a certain threshold, so this is why I'm using this, and then same here. But the idea anyways is that it will give us some regularity if we extend too much, but we need to revise this, and I'm considering, just as Kamau that make here, Kamau, sorry, I'm considering to do the trick he has made for I never thought about that actually, the making the ghost mesh itself deformable. And I understand why he did that, so that we have a muzzle without mouth, reshape as the rest of the thing with the mouth would surf, like shrink wrap, on top of a ghost mesh which already has the final shape for the muzzle. So the mouth, for example, if the muzzle has a shape like that, then the mouth will shrink wrap over it. While in my system that I'm trying to build, and I'm not sure if I'll succeed, I don't need, of course, perhaps the mouth to be that far away. It could be good, like this I think I can do in my system, but not something too much exaggerated unless I do something really so I'm trying to solve this with just two meshes, and I'm still considering if it will be required to have the shrink wrapping thing. I'm considering there's another rig that uses what it is, it is the Kirby mouth. Okay, so it uses boolean and lattice. Boolean, it's badly explained here, but then there's another tutorial, sorry, that I found out how to make the boolean work for this kind. So we make a hole, it just turn off the visibility, so let's give a like to this artist already. And then we have boolean difference, but the object that was there is turned. I can't. And so it, although the boolean is still active, there's a difference. So it cuts the mesh, but it doesn't destroy the mesh. It's modifying in real time, but it's, since the object that is cutting through is invisible, what is left is a hole. So this is very crazy thing, and I have, so inspired by this tutorial here, it used boolean to solve some combination of an external mouth So there's something to do with the universal sonic mount rig, but the other one doesn't use boolean. uh, the problem of the boolean is the merging of the stuff. Anyways, enough said. What I need here to continue is to focus on, so I don't know exactly how much of the mouth, how much many, if I would be able to make a good amount of mouth motion around the mouth without having the mesh of the mouth deforming, and without yeah, I'll have to, I was thinking, so I have it now enough evidence that of the direction I must have. So it a lot relates to how I'm going to build the control rig of the mouth. Also, this relates to the wave painting also. So I must be very aware of the wave painting and how we separate the wave painting from the, yeah, the wave painting from the control rig. So this is the very complicated apparently for this rig that I'm doing. Like it's advanced rigging, because if we took this properly, then we can do marvels. If we miss something, it's messed up, right? So this is quite complicated to get exactly what we want conceptually, right, in the first time. But once we have the solution, if we have a proper solution, then oh, this is a simple thing, right? No, actually not that simple, right? Lots of concepts are involved to get this right. There's a, okay, so there's a building up stuff, right? All right, then say the muzzle goes smash. Okay, I was talking about it. So that's it, folks. Hold 1 second. I'm going to pause for a minute. I'll be back in a moment. Yeah, let me put a message here. Hopefully, I have learned how to use this stuff. So now we can leave a message here. Um, this is too large, of course. We can bring this. Alright, I need to reduce the font of this thing. No, it's gigantic font, so let's do this. Now we can probably. Alright, so why I'm having so much difficulty with that? Maybe. Yeah, no, let's that 10 minutes. Have to solve something real quick here. And yeah, sorry about that, folks, but we are going to. Oh, and also let's fix some this yes, that's it. Hold on. Okay, folks, we're back. Sorry for having you waiting, and so now we are going to start this thing. We need to work with. Oh, this thing is still on the top of the screen, so we're gonna just hide. Maybe we'll use it other time. So this is practical. OBS Studio, quite good software. I think it's open source, at least it's free anyways. And so oh, what's the first thing? So the first thing on the list, rotate lips mount control rig. Okay, so I remember the first thing I had to do here in order to solve these problems that I was facing is to change how these bones relate. Yes, currently there's some sort of parenting here, yeah, offset parenting. So this is the tweak bone of the lip side left. However, we want to be able to move the whole set here of lips profile bendy bone splines. This whole set, we want it to move it through a control bone that is only for the lips, this set, and that is not. So currently this doesn't push the lips, that's great, but we don't have one that only moves this. When I move this, it also moves this, so we want to make this different. So we're going to, I actually could also change the rest position for this bone here. It doesn't need to be there, but I'm considering what would be the best situation. So currently what I believe is that some bone at the center of this spline should be, so let's get at the center of, right, of so cursor to selected, so the middle selection. So here we could add a bone. Actually, we're not doing that. Yes, let's do that, whatever. So I'm not sure how this bone will be looking like. So currently I think it would be like a tweak bone like that, but I want to give it a special, not shape, but a special appearance, to just to differentiate from that. So maybe this one could be a square or something like that, right? So what I want here, yeah, so this will be the tweak bone for, yeah, hold on. So get these splines here. Oh, I think I forget one. Alright, so let's do this again, shift 2, then okay, reposition this. This would be control is a major tweak, right? And so if we want to really get organized, each of these bones should have their own tweak bone. Could be better. It will be too complicated for this phase. They are not required. So let's parent this offset. So now they lose the parenting here, and now this bone is the one that has got it. So this means we can now we improve the control rig. And the cool thing of improving this particular control rig, the way it is done, is that this has strong immediate effect on the deform rig. I mean, it affects the deform, so it's just not like it has a deform purpose, which is so it's not just some tweaking of the control rig, it's something else in addition to that. And it's not every time we have this condition. So now I can tell that this particular bone, which doesn't have a name yet, we could give it some sort of, yeah, it's confusing because I don't know yet. I need a better a revision on how I'm making the settings, right? So for example, this is called control in this color, but actually we could make something else for, yeah, so I'm tempted to get the tweaks on this color. No, actually something else. So group tweak, so this will tweak. I'm not sure this name, this, yeah, so far what I've seen, a tweak bone. What is the color this is using for that actually? Was it that or was it that? Maybe, I think it was that. Although this is used for the helper bones, but we're gonna change this. The helper bones will be orange, so they would look like they would be deformed bones, but instead of red, orange. So this will be an in between. This actually the tweak bone will be sort below the control, and the handle, which the tip. Yeah, I don't have a so tip for now. Usually I call them. I could also have another situation. The problem is that most of my deformed bones, they are B bones also, so not necessarily B bone splines though. So B bones inside B bone spline. So there's a possibility that we could do this different. So for example, I'll have handles. Yeah, yeah, this could be. So we could have. Okay, so this is an interesting idea. I've just got this. Maybe this got so the handles, they could be like B-bone handle, as I used to call those stuff. Group GRP, just so that just to get clear. Maybe it's not clear, but yeah, for me there's this icon just to make sure, right? Then we could have exactly that the B-bone handles, they become, so the handle, I like this color, this, I think it's this one, right, for tips, so B-bone handle. Then we could have for B-bones an orange, why not? So this will be the B-bones, but then I don't know how to, a third letter for B-bones, so B-bone spline, yeah, B-bone spline, whatever. It's not exactly that, but could also consider it relates to spline skinning, so B-bones, bendy bone spline, yeah, could do that. Then okay, then mech, this is okay, we can. Then the helper bones, they could be, yeah, we don't have deformed bones then, except, so I'm not sure about that. Clot bones is another thing, so twig bones will be that sort of a yellow. This will be more for, this will be the helper, so twig will be that, right? And this we don't know what would be like, so never mind. Yeah, let's leave it at this for now, just to not. Helper, we are not sure about the helper bones. Yeah, so if there's any helper, it would be that, and will be below here. And then mechanism, yeah, we got here. And then clot, and then wiggle, which I don't know. Oh, wiggle bones, of course. So wiggle bones, this is just a differential. Maybe they, yeah, wig. But this is not always accurate. Sometimes we just want the name to be deformed and have just a different color. So this is variation. Main, so here I have master, how they call that, so man bone. That's right. or we can may. Yeah, there's no mean strength, so this like if we were to contemplate exactly, it's man bone, so main. And master, okay, master, I'm good with that, so that's it. This color is often, it's this teal color, right? It's always confused me because I'm colorblind for certain stuff. Okay, never mind. So let's continue here. So this will be twig bones, even though they are extremely relevant to the rig, but I want them to be differentiated, so that it means that they are, through these bones we control, we are grabbing handles, right? So we can make them smaller. Apparently this one doesn't have a twig bone of its own, not a problem, as we say, as would say Royal Skies from the tutorial, so not a problem. You got a rigging problem? Not a problem. Alright, so yeah, it does seem unaligned, but it's just because of the... Yeah, it is perfectly aligned. So here we want this in the center, yes, to be the parent of this. We don't need to create, right? We don't need to create what's happening here. Looks like some wrong parenting is crossed there for some strange reason. Oh no, it's not strange, it's just they go in the middle, right? So I'm not familiar with that new color, but yeah, that's beautiful. Not, at least it's well to differentiate, right? And so and then this could be control, yeah, but actually those are more like main. So control would be something, yeah, I don't have, this will be control, right? So what this does, it takes, okay, no, this is tweak. Although it tweaks for everything, so actually it's more than a tweak. And then we'd have, okay, I don't have a name for this. Also for this for tweak side, and this will be tweak side 2, right? Tweak side lips. Oh, tweak side lips, it's wrong, it's tweak side mouth. Actually mouth side, and this we could call cheek side, although yeah, this will ruin the how we are naming the spline, so yeah, we don't want that. So mouth side, except it will be this will be 002, and this would be 0, this will be 001. And again my chat is disappearing. Alright, and now we can do this for the other side. Pick all that, just change this to right, and this, actually, yes, that's it. Oh, I see what's happening here. Blender needs to be slightly like that. Alright, I'm lacking some naming. What's going on? Why I can't? Okay, it's because of this, of course. Okay, this is right, so everything here is correct, except that this could already, in our new naming system, we would call this not deaf bone, but B bones, which would be B bones, right? Some not very beautiful color. Yeah, I prefer them as we'll see. Let's, at least we're making it different, right? So because I want to improve on this organization. We need to try out stuff, and then eventually we come up with the final solutions, a better solution in the future. If we do always everything the same way, it is harder to get improvement. So I don't like that color for this. Maybe those bones just need to be a bit larger in this new color. Yeah, it's difficult. The selection is, yeah. But let's at least skip like that. We'll see where it leads. So at some point we might think differently. Maybe this could be the color of the bee bones, right? I remember I've used it in some for helper bones. Yes. Yeah, hard to get habituated for me. So let's continue to this. At the same time, this gives the rig some extra lightness, right? Because everything is a bit pastel color, right? So it's kind of in some way pleasing, but a bit monotonous. Alright, so here I've already made this one. It's moving both sides, of course, because we need to symmetrize it, and it doesn't have a name, so this will be control lips side left. If it's left, does it need side? Lips left. Lips corner, maybe, because this is very important. Lips corner left. And does it have any? No bone constraints. Oh, it's a deformed bone. Okay, something we need to be wary about. We don't want immediately this doesn't pose any trouble, but if in case we had accidentally wave painted these things, yeah, even the jaw bones, well, the jaw bones, although they are control bones, they are indeed okay. So the handles, they are already solved as non-deformed bones. We can check this at the end, but apparently the twigs, they are the twig bones, they are all of them are wrong, so we're gonna fix all at once. Here, 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 and here. So take this off. Let's enable screencast keys. Now let's go back bone layers. So I'm saving, and okay, so this one, no more deformed bone for it. We can already symmetrize, and the parenting are not developed, unfortunately, so we need to redo it for only for the bones on the right side. Alright, so what now, these ones, they could be much larger to compensate for, okay. Alright, we're starting to get good controlling here, but here also we need to have a main control for our control bone, actually. So here we can actually reuse this, right? We can reuse this model here, except that we want to do something. What this. So just whatever, just to get rid of one side. So this is lips up, no left and right, so just lips up, control lips up. We will now make the same process, that is picking the handles. No, this was behind. All right. And parenting offset to this. Then we also need to unselect this and place this bone exactly there. We now have to parent this to this. Oh, no, it's the opposite. We have too many bones here, so we need to be careful about this thing here, because we don't see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this because, okay, just an adaptation. We'll duplicate this already. This will go for the down. I need to find a better name for down up. It's really hard to explain in videos to talk about up and down. Just top and bot, right? But the problem is that Blender interface, the convention, right? Up and down are not conventional, while top bot are conventional, just like left and right. And so this would, if I start naming stuff like that, top and bottom, these could get not immediately, but it's risky, right? It's technically wrong, let's say, inaccurate, because I don't have a plane of symmetry. I don't have a z-axis mirror to make symmetric bones on that plane, but technically this will lead to the that kind of symmetrization. Alright, so now we have the, okay, this move, so you see here, and this only for the, okay, so except that now this should be parented to, okay, it's already, okay, so this moves the spline, the handle, so I shouldn't pick the handle unless we really need. There's a tweak lips up, except it no more lips up. This is wrong. This is tweak mouth vertical. It's profile actually. So this name is probably wrong. So mouth vertical, is that really? Mouth vertical, they all called not, actually this is nose bridge or nose. So we can change this by chin profile. Yeah, so okay, mouth vertical. Okay, let's just change this first. Tweak slips down. I remember something was mouth. Okay, so I see. So let's change this whole spline with this batch renames thing. Find replace mouth vertical to mouth profile. That's it. It has a center. We just have one of this. Then same thing here. We pick here, here, and here. Although it's not exactly mouth profile. Oh, also let's pick this. This will gonna change. Same thing for that. Gonna create additional stuff, but we are missing tweak bones there. I see. Yeah, we are missing. So anyways, so we are going to this is a double tweak, right? So as an exception, so let's make it, yeah, it's a double tweak, but we don't have there, so Alright, we need to in case here we wanted to move individual, we'll do that. So this is simplification, right? We'll make it larger, so just to so that we know it's slightly different. And we're gonna pick this one. We get in the middle and we duplicate that, we move it there. This will be, now here we gonna change this to nose profile. Yeah, okay, mouth profile to nose profile, right? And of course then there's no need of this, there's no need of this, and there's no need of, yeah, there would be a better way to solve this. Then nose tip, yeah, a nose tip is different than mouth profile. Is so hopefully these are separated, so we can, nose tip is good, and then mouth profile, no, forgot to select this, so this will be the tweak for nose profile. Okay, nose tip never, so this is special and this is just like regular stuff. Alright folks, now yeah, here forgot that too. So we have we're gonna duplicate that and duplicate that, so we pick this one here, and then we do this, and then we do this, and then we are going to call this, okay, we get mouth profile. I think that's what it needs to be copied. Here we can do that, and here's a bit hard to pick this tweak bone. We'll have to reassess this. So this is actually lips down. Yeah, they are called, wait, something, oh, they are stacking bones in the same place. Okay, so we need to solve this because this is, okay, one of them is, okay, so that for the lips down, this would be, I think the positioning is wrong, we haven't set it. Actually, we can just, instead let's delete and let's copy this one. Let's bring this one to the, then lips down. There's another lips down. Okay, so this is mouth profile. Probably this will, okay, this will be chin, but yeah, let's skip that regularity. We don't have a name for that part yet, so, and this is one, so tweak one, then mouth profile, then okay, then tweak mouth profile 002, that's regular. Then here that okay, let's hide this just for a moment. We select this, we put in the middle, then we get this bone, we put it there. Oh, I forgot, need to reparent because we have deleted, we are remaking this. Then we parent offset here. Now this position is good, and at least for now. Then now we see the tweak bone there, except that it has lost some parenting features, so you just parent this, and then itself, it gets parented to that. lips down, which actually doesn't need anymore to be called lips down, because this was just, wait, what is called, there's some lips down bone somewhere, control lips down, right? Wrong copy, then no more useful. Alright, so and then we can also change this color, and now we see it's not good enough, because actually these tips are gigantic and they don't need to be that way. We should, this will solve this bone side for the other side. You can rescale this down. Now probably we can scale down this. Okay, so these one are the big controllers. So in theory we should be able to have not good pose for the mouth with these are just this is wrong. These are not the lip stuff. I'm missing again. What I did wrong here, folks? One. These are lip stuff. Okay. We are missing the bone that would drag both stuff. Okay, so need another additional yeah, this is never had so much control bones here, but it's for a good cause if we do this good, well enough. So for this case I'm considering, yeah, where should be the center for this? A good question. The bone, this is offset control rigs, so this is not like a big thing here. No stacking bones are here, and here there are already 2 stacking bones. So what should we consider? I believe we could also make some on the center, but I think since this place is less used, let's use this one. It's like we move, if we move these 2 together, it's like we're pushing from the lips already. So it might be more regular to do it from here. So what we do here, we will have to create a new bone, and then we are going to have it yeah, we need to see which color to have. So this could be a main bone indeed, and then it will be the parent. So this could be mouth side, this could be mouth left, just that. So except it's a man bone, as strange as it looks like. Lips roll. Okay, so this was another functionality that is lost actually. Lips roll. No, this was the other one. We don't have it. It's still functional. Yeah, so I'm gonna make this probably. We have backup of this thing. Those bones, they don't carry any bone constraints. So this is just parenting relations. What is parented to it? Oh, I see. So this is kind of. Alright, so we got this. The jaws start to become more and more relevant, right? So let's start to call them master bones. And of course we need to replace those bones, everything here in good positioning. So this thing should already actually this and this parent to this. And so here probably would like to have some sort of how do you call the custom shapes, so I'm not sure what would be the custom shapes for that. We can already symmetrize that, and of course we have to do this. Then we can probably do this. We can change melt down, and not melt down, melt down, melt up. So here we just need to retake this place, this alright, then this gets parented to this. And this one will go to where this one is. This bug is really annoying. Right, and then here parent here. Alright. Actually, it's not parent, no, it's not that. In this case, these were parented, is those two. So, okay, I think that's wrong, so this is right. So now this and this parent offset to this, there we go. And now I've unmade the parent, so these bones shouldn't drag anything else except they are, yes, they are dragging. So this twig bone is still parented to, maybe this should be parented to the jaw. Yeah, this is, starts there anyway, or anything anywhere close. But we're gonna remake this orientation. Yes, this is probably not good since we are changing the we are changing everything here, so we will solve this at once. Changing this might be risky right now, but okay, it didn't cause any trouble. And for the up arcade, we also, I believe we should also consider already moving it, although we are gonna change the rest position for the mouth. Let's see. Alright, anyways, doesn't, then we know that, yes, I know why this thing is parented like that. It's parented to the, should parent to the jaw, I think. Not that it will be, no, this is dangerous, cannot be parented offset to the jaw, so we don't know how it will be parented currently. So maybe the head, maybe this technically is a cheekbone. It does that, so that's accurate. For these deforms, they are quite good, right? And the shrink wrap bone constraint for the mesh doesn't allow, there's some threshold. Maybe this is bad for expressions, but I've made this limitation not because of the cheekbones exactly, but because of the whole spline. I think I've already explained that. So the idea is that we can, you see how I can stretch the mesh in crazy ways and it still retains the maximum shape. So this is a way that I thought, that I'm thinking can compensate for a different approach for the mouth sliding thing, since we are not using a different mouth mesh. So you see that in theory, apparently here I'm able to make crazy stretching of the mouth and I can retain the muzzle shape. But it's quite complicated and to pose that way. It's too many factors involving the mouth. Imagine animating that. And there's something about the control rig that is not good enough. So of course, so now I have this sort of okay, since this belongs to an older rig, maybe it shouldn't be here. Okay, so this is actually, we have a mouth hole center which has got this thing to differentiate it, but it's a little too small. So maybe this is better. Alright, so this lips control, this is old system. We do not need this anymore because this we can have, sure, but we would operate differently. So the parenting here seems to be, yes, I'm not sure. It's parent to the jaw, but it's not the jaw that should determine the real position of this bone. This bone, it's actually the opposite. The jaw bones, they are the upper jaw and the lower jaw. Oh yeah, upper mouth, lower jaw. Yeah, that sounds like good, right? Just like arm up, upper arm and lower arm. So jaw upper, long term, but lower. Yeah, sounds. That's. I still prefer top and down, but then there's this theoretical problematic. Is there? Let's use synonym to higher, further, top, superior, lower, nothing special. Yeah, we lack names for high, low, top, higher, loftier, more uppermost, elevated, topmost. Yeah, that's it. Let's go back, folks. Still not able to find it. Actually, I like some mouth upper, mouth lower. Strange, right? Maybe I'll just end up going the conventional top down, right? Top bot, right? Because it's the lower lips, upper lips. It's easier to talk, right? Than lips up, lip down, down, lip up, lips. Crazy. Alright, so we lack a bone that would be the parent of all those lip stuff, so a control mouth, right? So we're gonna make it right now, except we don't want it to have this kind of, oh, why those things are deformed bones? This is entirely wrong. This also, I think when we add bone, they are by default deformed bones, so we can fix this with general retake at the end when you get better separation and better operators in place. Currently it's just annoying. So what is this mouth side? Okay, so this is some sort of relative positioning, but it only uses, yeah, local space is very limited, so it doesn't seem to be very good. Actually, it was working relatively well, but now we have more. You see, we need to give this mouth thing something more generic. And if you see here, yeah, this doesn't move the mouth, this moves, so this moves the mouth, this moves the mouth. Okay, so it should be this one. Yeah, alright, so just change the targets of this. And now if we change this, oh no, if we rotate, it doesn't rotate. Okay, so this is complicated, so maybe we need to use the, not that this rotation would be useful actually, but it depends on perhaps the positioning of the, no, it doesn't really, the rotation is not really important. So we could though have, for this bone here, still parented, right, to, okay, and why I still have this thing? Alright, so this could be a master bone already. So this would be the parent of all those things. We will call it master mouth. And what it does, it moves the whole mouth. So this should be the, in theory, look, you see it? So my rig is not ridiculous, right? Look at that. Whoa. Look where it's really looks, this interpenetration is just a bad thing for the arcades. It's something that I haven't touched, but the mouth is horrible, of course, but it maintains its shapes. Ah, that's another story, right? For this amount of deform, okay, so on its own it's horrible, but in part this is because we haven't developed the enough profiles, I think, and there are something that I need to, so look at this thing, and we can, of course, I need to find a way to fix this relation here with the nose tip. It's been one of the it's been one of the most evident things that is a bit hard to solve. And so, but check this, right? We are getting crazy mouth positioning, and the only interpenetration that is grave here is that mouth interior, which we are going to revise entirely anyways. So you see that mouth thing doing its job, and actually we can also improve this by perhaps changing these things. This is where it comes to play the ghost there, ghost shape with this concept. I didn't really take from the Universal Sonic rig, but if we read through the documentation, actually I found out that he also came up with the same solution or similar solution, which is a double stacking shrink wrap modifier. This thing that I already explained, so right after I was reading through, and I discovered he also used with a slightly different settings. He didn't, I'm using outside inside because I think it's more logical, simpler to understand, but he was using a different set, and it's okay, provided that does the, so this will generate the box volume inside of which it represents the box limit, maximum and minimum, let's say, simplifying like that, where the face will deform. So with just two meshes, I'm quite able to solve certain posings. So if I had sonic muzzle instead of a nose that is too close to the mouth. This is why perhaps I need to reshape the mouth here in some wave painting. I wouldn't be suffering so much with that part, and it will be nearly good, but the sonic mouth goes even beyond, right? So this is I have limitations, but right, so I don't necessarily require to solve well, perhaps I require, yes. So here's the point. I cannot be using this to move the mouth. I need to move the lips. I need stronger deforms for the lips, and this is the big game changer. The big game changer, well, there are many, but one of the big game changers that I'm looking for is when I'll be able to stretch the mesh, the lips mesh, in various shapes along the surface, even on exaggerated conditions like that. So currently the lips, they are only limited to this, and this is complicated to solve because according to what I've done here with the lips profiles bendy bone splines, they only run around the lips region. They do not have, oh, why this, okay, they don't go, they don't have enough power on their own to deform the mesh that is right above. So that means if I do not solve this right now, I mean in this rig, I will never be able to make expressive cartoony mouth shapes because this is already the lips mouth rig, right? So okay, I can have the profiles, but can you actually have the actual basic thing that a mouth does, right? So this is what I've been delaying for so much time, because I was prioritizing other facts. In principle, shaping the mouth, the lips, even on a low poly rig, should be very simple. What I've been finding out is that shaping the mouth with spline skinning is actually much, not talking about the lips profiles there, but these orientations are much harder than I thought in spline skinning. So unless I'm doing something very wrong, could be the rest position, right? This is why this is one of our next topics. So currently we've managed to make relatively good, I mean it's doing what it was supposed to do mechanically. I am able to, and you see, although I'm rotating this bone, because of of the profiles and what they are doing to the lips and the localized wave painting, right? And they move as not deform like, but the whole structure is moving by bones relations, right? Offset parenting in this case. I can keep the mouth shape that was originally set anywhere, nearly anywhere the mouth goes. And this means that if I can now from this situation shape the mouth, the lips that I want. So okay, I have the mouth, I have a mouth expression anywhere, nearly so, right? Without horrid deforms, yes, horrid deforms, but we'll get to. I think this is relatively easy to fix. Maybe we need just to tweak a bit more some aspects here. Yeah, there are many things we can do to improve this thing. Also, it's hard to see if you are always looking at this thing, but it won't save the model, right? But you see, look at that. It's kind of insane, right? Now this is a bit more complicated, but it's like, why It is now not really an interesting expression to have. Maybe it is, I don't know. We can, it's impressive for me that we can do this. It's like ballistic transforms. Nearly ballistic transforms, so we can do this kind of crazy things. Because there's a good separation between what is armature deform and what is the ballistic stuff, which is that they move in sync, but I still think that rotations will disrupt it eventually, only because of rotations. Ignoring shrimp crapping, despite the fact they are profile curves, I strongly believe this. So it's not this. Although it's apparently correct that I can. Oh, the mouth is retaining its shapes. I think this is not 100% true. It is being deformed as we do this, but it only starts to get well. It could be that I'm wrong even on that, but yes, this would need a proof of concept. I'm not used to this. All the experiments that I've made in the past, even including some attempts of replicating this sort of profile thing, but very crude stuff, right? This is why I never thought of using it on lips, for example. Suggest that this is not safe for what is there. I mean, certainly it's not safe for the rest, but even for that, I think it's not safe. Hopefully, this is not the kind of thing we need to do, right, for the mouth. No, for the mouth, we just need to do some, right? Yeah, something like that. Perhaps it would be a 45-degree rotation to this side. So okay, this means that and the rest is just location, right? So even it doesn't really matter if they are suffering deforms from this positioning, these rotations from this. The fact is that they seem to be in whatever rotation we really need in the model. The mouth is, the lips are getting, right? The rest is just the interaction with the rest of the mesh, which is another problem. Alright folks, so this solves one of our issues here, was our task. So make lips mouth control rig, we did, but the wave painting is bad, and we are not gonna solve this because right now, because the retake bones rest position plus at least we're not gonna do this before we set the new rest position for the lips mesh. And why is because, of course, as I remake the position for the lips mesh, I will have necessarily to lose the I'll have to replace the splines, the profile splines, which will be annoying and will take time. I already know these are a bit delicate stuff to work with. It's perfectly workable, no problem, but it takes time, so we don't want to be rotating those splines all the time, right? Bendable splines are usually time consuming to maintain, and so we are going to go directly to the lips mesh positions, rest position for the lips. There's a last time we set this, right? So a long time already in this mount rigging sequence of episodes, I can call episodes, that we have made adjustments big to the rest position changed, and so this we avoided to be doing that too much because this involves lots of adjustments, right? Changing rest positions is something that is not that cannot be taken lightly in Blender, at least. It can, if we automate this with some mechanism that I know, but I'm a bit afraid to use right now. We could make an experiment, except that it wouldn't be enough for our purpose because we don't have good closing lips anyways. So it will be like not very, yeah, so I will just reshape them from modeling, pure modeling, although this might be sound a bit well, we have proportional editing, right? So, and other features to help us. So I'm a modeler, so that's okay for me. So let's see. I think it was much harder to make this rest position than it might be to return the slips to the original. So maybe we want to use here the character design, right? The model sheet, 2D model sheet. So let's see if we got my character here. So Dorothy in a side view, yes, where it is. Okay, this is a 3/4 view, so no thanks. Well, actually, maybe it will help, yes. Except that to reach the 3/4 view, it's a bit more complicated. We need to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, is that correct? 1, 2, 3. I think it's 3. Then you press 5 to go on orthogonal, because when we shift like that, we are already we are not in orthogonal, so we need to different than when you press 1 and 5 and 3 in the keypad. There's no on 7 and 9. Well, there's no automation for the, so it will be 4 5 4 5 4 5 4 5 4 5 4 5. So it's like it's the third 1 2, no, is, yeah, 3 4 5 6. This is the side one. All right, then okay, so we see where the maybe it's a bit, yeah, this is accurate, probably, maybe this character design. So the mouth will be around here, so we gotta, but it will be half open mouth, so we're going to have to adjust slightly to know exactly. The lips, you see, the bottom lips won't really change according to this frontal view. According to the bottom view, also apparently won't require to do that. And so we'll finally have for Dorothy a mouth shape, a lip shape that is not looking very exaggerated all the time. It was worse in other moments. Sorry, a moment, need a glass of water. Okay, we are ready for the retake, not a retake actually, this is really a remake of the rest position of the lips. So we, in order to achieve this properly, we needed the grease pencil. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear here in annotation, so how I'm going to see it to use the, yeah, maybe you don't hit, yeah, it will be here. So let's leave this open for now, this collection. We probably don't want to be looking at some objects neither. Yeah, lots of, and some mesh actually. We would also like to be, the ambience is fine, I think. So as we go on edit mode, we were already on edit mode, I want to start hiding stuff as usual, right? So we want to hide the mouth interior. Is it possible that I still have, oh yes, I remember. I fixed that from a file that I'm not using anymore, so lost the change. Remove this from mouth interior. That means that now it starts from there, and that is good. So it starts by hiding this. This means that we'll have to reshape this mesh. It is possible that just buying this, by changing the rest position with a close, the transforms of the lips around the face will be much better than in relation to the deform of the nose. So there's a great advantage apparently in doing that. We'll see. It's not clear because if we open the mouth shapes, then maybe everything else seems would occur again. However, there is this thing that the rest position in here would have. Yes, mathematically I don't know now. How would that affect this region differently for the skinning algorithm? It's difficult to tell because it's not something so clear about the rotations. It's just a further away, right? Mostly. Let's hope that with the relaxation of this mesh, there would be less impact in this in general. Yeah, so it's a lot about the relaxation of the mesh. So this mesh is too much, there's too much tension there, so that's why it would not be very natural perhaps to get, yeah. So okay, let's start to work on that. I still need to hide the head stuff, so let's see, that's not eyes region, so you have the mouth region, and this should be it. Yes, this is what we need, but we are probably also going to hide, why not, this. If we need to reshape anything, we'll reshape later. Remember, I want, as said here, I want a new lips rest position, ovaloid, horizontal, 100% closed, and more or less look that smooth. That means with lesser anatomical details than we attempt here probably. So it would be smoother, and these anatomical details we'll try to achieve through the variations of our lips profiles, bony bone splines. The question is that I believe the more rounded, the more regular are the lips on the rest position, the easier the spline it will be to have the splines, the bendy bone splines, on the rest position. This means that their bendy features would be easier to construct in pose mode through pure round lips. This means that whatever shape we want to construct from the lips, we can make it from pose assets already, instead of relying, and then we can have a pose asset, a certain, we can regulate, we can make some whatever tweak so that the rest pose is different from the rest position for the ellipse. So this means that if I have, let's say I have, let's imagine this is our rest position, right? In the future, the normal one that I want is that. I can immediately have this rest position for the ellipse changed as I go on pose mode by just tweaking. I don't need to have exactly this as my rest pose. The rest position, which would be that, can have immediate bound constraints. Drivers are usually bound constraints that will switch the rest position immediately to rest pose. So it should not confuse. Currently this is my rest position and the rest pose doesn't change, barely, it's the same. There are modifiers, that's right, but if it weren't for the object modifiers, probably this would be, except for the armature, if it weren't for the correct smooth and all that, probably it will be identical. Let's see, yeah, I don't want to. So there's subdivision and there all these to stack, right? You see, barely nothing changed. So this is what I'm talking about. So I didn't make a tweak, but we can. I had a system that tweaked for the teeth. So just showing, because this is pretty funny. It took some time to investigation, short amount of time investigation to make a really simple tweak. Let's show it where it is. The armature, please. Here. Alright, so the problem will be, oh, there is it. I think it's this. No, this is what I've just built recently. Jaws. Okay, so have to hide these things one by one. Okay, master, it's not in the master. Maybe I need to. I see it's there. So this is a tweak system. What it does, so this is the arcades. Basically, there is a bone constraint here. These bones are related. This bones moves down because it from rest position to pose, from rest position to rest pose. So this is the rest pose of this bone. Like when we immediately go to a rest pose and reset pose, well, that's what we've got, because this is suffering bone constraint, a copy location. It follows, it goes here. So it's like it's locked to go. It's destined to go there. So and because it is immediately warping there, with helplessly warping there, this will mean that it will have suffered local space transform in world space. But it doesn't matter here. What I mean is that itself is being moved. It's like someone immediately. It's as if I had posed it there already. So it's like already. It's like a switch already is. And so what it does, there are some motor bone constraints in some arcade bones there that don't matter now. Will be this case right here. They are like yeah, it's a transformation bone constraint here. There are mechanisms, teeth auto switcher, and both of them are affecting. So this transform, if I toggle this down, this switch, so what happens is that it changed there. So if I didn't have this contraption, this switcher, my rest position, my rest pose for the arcades would be this, and this would be the original rest position that I had before when the mouth was smaller, the rest position of the lips. So because I didn't wanted to change to adapt the rest position of the arcades to match this alternative extended, rescaled, larger arcades deforms, I decided to, well, let's just make a switch to change the rest pose of it. So now I don't, when I go on pose mode, thanks to this system, I don't have to care about to always to see these arcades scale down while in their current rest position. They immediately got scaled up, and I don't have to see something weird in my mesh, so I can see everything. So I don't have to have a visual shock every time I go on pose mode. I've just did for that, right? So because actually I knew, yeah, because actually I knew I would anyways readapt the rest position of the lips to be the mouth to be smaller. Then oh no, I'm not gonna waste my time rescaling this mesh interior, which takes a lot, can be quite annoying to do. There are many factors involved in that, so no, let's just use the systems that I already had. And I had to discover a switch here, so it's a proof of concept also, and it worked. Of course, you're not supposed to be switching this is just for rigging, not for animation. As soon as I so leave it on for now, not touching the arcades. As soon as we change the rest position for the lips, we don't need this switch anymore, but I'll keep it, it's funny, until it's a proof that it can work. And maybe we have other needs for it for rigging, I'm not sure. Okay, now explanation, folks. Let's go for what the big thing, yeah, the big thing here. Although this opacity is really annoying me, it will be relevant nonetheless, better than nothing. So yeah, this is not the chin, the mesh is larger, so we are not worry about that. We're not gonna worry about the mesh behind, because that is gonna suffer large transform. So let's just work in base of this, and this should be relatively accurate. So I don't have actually yes, I'll try to follow this idea just a bit larger perhaps, right? So the bottom lip won't change much, so it will be more about the corners and the top region. So this said, let's start, folks. The problem is that I don't know how to change I don't know how with the pen stylus I'm using for this. How do I roll the? Yeah, I don't know the shortcut for that. To augment, diminish the short. How do you call this thing? Is the this will be this thing, right? Wheel up. Okay. Keyboard wheel up for stylus. Yeah, this is a doubt I had for a long time. Let's see. Steel pen wheel up solution. Wheel up. Blender pen will not work. The best answer. Yeah, this is very specific. How do I fix it? How to scroll wheel using the pen. The large wave reserve is a digital research which okay. Without a 3 mouse button, how can I implement emulating the mouse? I have a Wacom tablet that is. I certainly knew someone would have thought it. For respective incremental changes are necessary. Did you ever come with that? Okay, let's see. Scrolling properties menu stylus. Okay, so it's a deeper discussion, right? how do you scroll with a Wacom pen? All right, could be another pen, but not a mark. But press and hold the pen button or express key while. Oh, there's the. I see. This is something about the buttons that I never use in this. Okay, never learn to use. Press hold the pen button or what is the pen button or express key while touching the pen tip to the device surface and moving up and down to scroll. Okay, so I see there's apparently a button. Let's see. So if I click and the button, okay, which button? Okay, and no, if I no, okay, so no buttons here on my mouse to do this, my pen to do this, so it's not the case here. Already this doesn't work. Then there's something about the buttons of this thing that I never use. Let's see if then the same idea of scrolling. Okay, this works as a. Okay, I found a button here that works as a. Maybe that's it. No, it's maybe it's not. It was not generated in the. Yeah, I don't know. It's very confusing. Let's see. Maybe it's not implemented. How can I implement the mouse scroll wheel using my controller? Okay, never. You can remap the buttons on your pen however you want. Okay, that's what I thought. You can remap the buttons to scroll up and over. Thank you very much. This is one solution, but I also use the defaults, which are actually middle and right click. As open for someone involved in the range, drag up and pen and scroll to this. I thought shift. Something like control. Did you ever come to thinking what's nice for scroll wheel? I have a scroll wheel on a pen. Yes, I can find one. Sadly not. I'm still pressing the page over. Okay, so the buttons are okay enough. Can I? Again, we are looking for the same solution. It has a third probe and 3D, not like it, but that's and then. Which there was okay, the idea hit me when we're reading reference app. Thanks. Or the express keys, if you don't have the, I guess, can be done per app, so because the blending binds can be default blend can be used as is. Okay, as is or as if. I was trying to use Wacom built-in binding scroll, okay, but it refused to copy. That's an interesting remark. Not all scroll wheel, at least not as a scroll wheel. Okay, didn't think maybe to use incrementally like clicking, so maybe that's good enough for me. Didn't think to use a hotkey, but because it didn't. Okay, another simple solution would have been to just use the wheel. Okay, this is what I do, but I still take space. Okay, actually I came with one more solution. Wacom can emulate 4/5 knob button for with express keys, and there is utility called X mouse button control. No, I don't want to download this thing that can rebind these buttons, then remove and scroll mode. The only issue with the table here is that there's another tool that open source. Okay, so the real problem. Okay, we end up with some ideas here. It's just that we need to. Let's try to fix it quickly. I know perhaps not everyone has got tablet and graphic palette, right? So but since I've got one, let's try to do this. Maybe this will be useful. I've never used those buttons. No, it's this. So let's see. Those buttons still work, although I never use it. So okay, this is a good Wacom table. A friend gave me that one. I think it's a Intuos 3, so Intuos 3 PTZ 90 model PTZ 9030. Yeah, it's a relatively large Wacom table. It's still graphic palettes or alright, so now what does that do? It's aha. Alright, so we're gonna do this. So this zoom, that will be the equivalent, I guess. So since I'm right-handed, for at least for drawing and for writing and that, so I'll use this on the left side. So augment zoom, diminish zoom. This is Portuguese. That should be enough. Then this, I don't know by default what this mean. This is why it's confusing. And what could I want here? I have no idea what could I use here. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe let's put this here and this here just to test. And for the other side, I don't know because yeah. So let's see now. Okay, so this is scroll. Scroll doesn't do that, so this is a strange operation for this select less, selects more, bizarre thing. It's not zooming. Oh, this one zooms, alright. So it's the inverse, what I've picked there. Alright, so this means that if I got to get the, how do you say, the F thing, okay, this, it means that this would, yeah, but you have to click one each time, so kind of, oh, there's a, yes, there is another pressing button sensible to pressure that I never use. Also here it is, so we can do that. The problem is that the F key for this is in the keyboard, so it's quite confusing. I have to get my right hand on the pen, then I need to G, then I have to press what I need to do. Okay, proportional editing, then I have G, then I have to, yeah, but here I'm already on G, right? So unless yeah, then okay, this is strange to work with that. Have to adapt, but at least I found a way to do it. So yes, because it's better this than the mouse, than going my hands to the mouse wheel, which is on the right side. Yeah, it's very quite complicated. Hardware stuff, when the user interface is complex, we never get it right. We are in 2023 and everything is wrong, right, folks? I'm not talking about Blender, I'm talking about everything. Automation is not smart, is dumb in so many ways. Dumb phones, dumb TV, dumb everything that is that don't know, dumb AI too. That do not really understand humans, and I will still suffer to adapt to this approach here with the controls. Yeah, so for example here I have to augment, have to get my hands to the table. Yeah, I'd better not have to make those changes here. And I must be careful actually not to destroy I must be careful not to collapse the mesh onto the mirror. They would clip, and this will be the worst thing that could happen, actually easily happen. So must be careful of the, and I still don't have a solution for the ideal solution for dealing with that, the clipping. It's good to have it on, the auto merge too, but when we clip it's just a nightmare. Alright, so about the anatomical shapes that I was talking about, right? We don't need, that's it what I'm talking. I don't need to have the perfect, very refined anatomical shape on this rest position. Although it's tempting, even though it's cartoon character, it's tempting for me to do it, but I will have to think twice how much of it, right? Because it's not really necessary, especially actually depends a little on the orientation, right? So for these shapes maybe it's important, more important perhaps on this shape here than the shape along here, because this is the profile and this could be a bit more difficult because I don't have a profile like that, and mixing more splines to have profile like that, it's a bit daunting for me, even me, because there are interactions between different splines that for me I don't catch it yet. I think it's dangerous to cross waves between spline skinning and other spline skinning itself, and so crossing waves between, blending waves between different yeah, I had the experience. It's very strange, bizarre what happens. It's like the mesh try to stretch on different directions, orientations simultaneously. It gets crazy. You get crazy unwanted results, horrid results. One of the worst horrid results I've ever seen, actually. It's because at least the horrid artifacts that happens in conventional linear blend skinning or dual quaternion skinning, at least we know, oh, it's the rotations. But when it's about spline skinning, it's just, it sounds really messy. So and when it starts to happen, you better not try to solve it with corrective. You better just completely avoid the system that is doing it. It's like, oh no, something is wrong with the splines. Let's not use the splines on this orientation. Let's not use spline skinning here even. Let's not do it this way. Yeah, let's not do it this way. Let's try attempt something. So this is my experience with spline skinning, and at least with bendy bones, and so this is why I would be very concerned, since I have a splines here for the profiles of the lips, having something as close here and sharing waves on another orientation like this. Yes, good for a proof of concept of what I'm talking about, so maybe this will be a good thing to test, but not for now. Okay, so this means that we could have some cool shapes here actually to investigate. I'm tempted, right, to regard the rest position of the lips, but will not try to exaggerate too much, whatever it is. So according to the character design, this front view. Of course the front view won't be enough. It's clearly that this won't be enough for yes, the lips here seems to be a bit too large, right, for this character. The top lip would be here. Now he's already, no, this is a good, this seems to be good. So I think this is fine. Then I need to make sure that this part is actually accurate. Yeah, this part is a bit complicated, so let's try to get, and yes, we can smooth this out until we get some, yeah, modeling is tempting to make those things, and I agree. So if modeling is tempting, what about sculpting, right? So here I certainly am having some profound problems with this part. We're gonna change this, right, folks? Because so here proportional editing will work, will be very valuable, and so here will be more like a neutral pose. We see how those subdivisions are getting messy here, so we need to consider this. Here also we see that this is not getting very smooth already. We should retake these two, so we're already changing the shapes, and we must be a bit aware of the interface there, because it's not like I can push this everywhere. There will be consequences to that, but easy to fix, just keep smoothing, but we'll try to avoid the radical interpenetrations there. Here it is clear that we need to do something about these corners. They are not really adequated, so I'm not sure which kind of retakes, minimal retakes, I should be doing to fix that. Here it's clear that we should reshape this. Perhaps we should get smaller, larger faces here. Yeah, some rescaling would be nice. My mesh is getting completely weird, although we are trying to, and this is just the frontal view, and I'm getting all these sorts of problems. Of course, might be better if I start switching to other views and try to solve things from there. Then I return here and see. Sometimes this helps. Don't try to solve. It's actually in 3D. We have to be coming back and forth until we get the perfect, the ideal shapes for this thing. So here there are some questions about these shapes. I think this is could be more to the sides. This we can probably, yeah, those, these how this thing works is, it's a bit strange how it is oriented. It's like really distorted, rotated, twisted in the most crazy ways. Same here, so maybe we can do something about this with minimal effort. Yeah, something like that. Then from here we probably can have some generic smoothing. We are still far from a good result, but we are starting to get the shape, the final shape that we want. But this lip is very bad, especially this part. I'm not being able, I think it's because of the corner, so perhaps I need to adapt it individually, right? I need to start doing some manual work there. these are very complicated right now because this is the mouth interior. Maybe we want it as back as possible, as behind as possible at this, just for now, so they don't interfere. Then we can probably try to smooth this too to follow that path. This mouth is not really interesting, but the question is, of course, maybe it's too large. Okay, it's good to have this vision here. So sometimes we see that we kinda have, okay, there's interpenetrations and even perhaps clipping. I think we have gotten accidental clipping there, so nightmarish stuff already. We'll have to, I hope this didn't, why it is affecting that mesh. What is this mesh? I don't understand. Is this the lip stuff? Yes, this is the lip stuff. Though no big deal. This is normal. It's just that it's too far. That's fine. But then it got, yeah. Hopefully, yeah. No problem with the. No problem regarding the. It's nothing beyond what was protected, so it doesn't cross the protection. It's just confusion. So it's clipped, so that is bad, but we gonna retake that later. It's not important mesh right now. We might even be a mesh that we are gonna delete because we're considering changing some stuff. Okay, but here it's not acceptable. Here the clipping cannot be accepted, so in order to fix clipping on the mirror modifier, there is no way to fix the mesh that is clipped. Is like it falls into a black hole and you can't take it off. It will be forever destroyed. We have to remake it through subdivisions and dissolving. Okay, maybe there's a way. I'm still trying to how to unclip clipped mesh. That's it. Not applied mirror modifier, but canceling the clip in the modifier while having active. There's a button for it in the modifier. Okay, but doesn't work. One option could be selecting the mesh that you want to be separated and then pressing P separate. No, I thought about the first one, but after I already applied. Okay, if it's no longer in the Control Z list, there's no way to undo it. That's what I. Once applied. If it's not the way you mean, please edit your question. Okay. No answer here. This is very old. I don't even know that's the. Is there anything about clip? No. Okay, folks. So I don't know. Let's do our stuff here. I have an idea. Proof of concept required. Okay, this is our regular mesh to work with. No, not so regular because we also need melt region, and we are going to hide. Let's hide this for now, then hide everything there. Alright, so we know mesh is clipped. We don't have the proportional editing right now. This yeah, so here in the front we already fixed everything that is clipped. So in the front, okay, I could unmake the mirror modifier for working on this, not sure. So right, the best approach, so we want the mirror modifier on, but we don't want the clipping to be occurring. So you see this vertex is, yeah, it's hard to see, but there it's clipped. So this is what we want to unclip. This is unclipped, this is fine. This is clipped, and these are the ones that already starts clipped, so these are good. So this is the problematic one from the front, and then for the back there are a bunch of them. They are all they are dead. Then if I disable the mirror modifier, it doesn't unclip, so it's still, yeah, from behind here it will be easier to see what's happening. So it doesn't matter to do this. Oh, it helps if we check here. It helps to understand the gravity of the situation. So if I turn off clipping, still is bad. If I turn off merge, it still doesn't help, because actually it was merged and clipped. So, but even if it was just clipping, it would be enough to. Alright, so the idea was to turn this off and separate. Not separate, rip vertex. Here, oh, there's also clipped. So let's separate here. This cannot separate, right? So then we can perhaps delete this edge. Then we start perhaps merge at last. Okay, this is clipped, yeah, but I'm not clipping anymore, so let's merge at last. Okay, so we can cheat, or maybe we can't. No, this is working. Alright, then we can do this. Then okay, I didn't delete any vertex, so maybe this is safe. And we have yet this, which I'm not sure if it's clipped. Okay, it's not clipped, so we can take this back at last. And alright, then to make sure that we got this right, let's try to fix these ones. It's not clear what's happening here. Okay, this seems, so GX doesn't move, 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 GX. Okay, yes, this is fine. So GX locked. Okay, so this is probably, this is the last one. So this is, I need to make sure which are the verts for this sequence. Alright, this is yeah, so this is a wall in which these vertices shouldn't be clipped, but this is also clipped. So these were wrongly clipped. So we do this and do this, and then we are still not able to unclip. Then if we took off the mirror modifier, we see can still unclip. they are like, if we check here, apparently they were merged in the center, but independently of that they were also clipped. So let's rip and rip. Then by ripping, okay, it doesn't unclip, but we can merge at last. Merge at last. I think I found a workaround. So rip vertex. So you see they didn't merge. Otherwise, if they merged by, it would be unrippable. You can rip up, right? It doesn't make sense to, I think. So here, this means that what's happening here? Oh, this needs ripping as well. So here, I think this is how it is supposed to be, and rip too. No, this is unrippable. This is a trigon if we don't do nothing about this. Oh, here, no. Okay, it's clear that we need this vertex, but we can't rip it. So okay, in this case just merge at last, cheating, and that is merge. You see how complicated it is to solve this? This is why I said it was okay, let's do something like merge at last and that's it. Yeah, solved. And these are the horrors of clipping mirror modifier. So what can it will happen even without the merge thing? I think the merge is it's like in effect. So if I do this, it's clipped, and then again there is nothing that I can do. I have to rip the vertex and then merge that, and there you go. So at least, so it doesn't seem to make any difference. But the merge is fundamental, because if we are trying to connect the mesh in the middle, right, like my mesh is connected in the middle, if we for example apply the mirror modifier, we don't have this merge. I think as the rig deforms, the mesh splits in the middle, so we need merge and we need clipping too, otherwise it's confusing, but two things are important. Okay folks, so we were able to solve this with a horrid workaround and we are gonna continue shaping this thing, which is daunting, right, because we lack reference for this pose too. The character design is complicated and we have the clipping madness, so maybe I should try something like that, right, just to have a, yeah, maybe this is a good idea. So we'll try to have this reference here, right, so we can, oh no, so here, yeah, it's why I hate not having it. And then you go, so having or not having it is like yeah, but otherwise mirror modifier is great. So if it weren't for those complications, it will be much better. Yeah, so it's not perfect, but it's usually better to have than not to have. I wouldn't exchange what the mirror modifier gives me just to get rid of this thing, unless there was a work that relied so much on that okay, let's not work with the mirror modifier for this project or for this phase of the project. Yeah, it's how to say, it's conceivable even for me, that is very addicted to mirror modifier. But yes, I would like there would be some improvement. Yeah, but we know this is Blender, it would take some time. It's a very sort of basal things in Blender. It's not like the kind of thing that will receive much attention unless there's some, well, even when there are some critical problems that might exist here and there, it takes time to get news. But when it gets news, it's usually great news. This is how we are used to work in Blender. The requests that exist in Blender community, yes, there are great requests there. Some things are eventually made, but most of the requests, as many things in society, are just left forgotten, right? Or at least they are there, right? They are documented. And sadly, there's not enough resources, right, to make all of them. Or maybe some are bad and redundant, or so specific and that are not, I'd not say word, but if something is so specific and difficult to achieve, right, it might be better that someone just do it oneself with an add-on, or pay someone to do it, right, to develop it, right? So because usually there would be other priorities, it would be better to contemplate things that everyone use, or there are a great amount of people use, right? So, but things that a lot of people use, like shape keys, still but are not reworked, right? And so this is what struck me, right? I find it very odd that, well, everyone is using these tools. Why, like wave painting thing to change, to just switch between, okay, add and subtract with a shortcut. Yeah, I know there workaround, but I think it's scripting. I don't know how to do it, so it's annoying, right? Why those things take so long? Eventually, I know people will take care of them. Should some hero or heroine would perhaps combine efforts to solve this once and for all. But so I have a friend that is a Blender artist that eventually himself decided to learn some stuff, to some scripting in order to develop some small tweaks in the UI, so I think add-on stuff. So this is very cool, and especially cool when those things start to get shared and whatever. Alright, so this is not really good. Yeah, for the side view is hard, but the front view, this was my, yeah, it's not really expressive, right? For this character design, it's horrible in my opinion, so it's not really, I'm failing at the pose that I want. Maybe I should just do something like this is why 2D reference should be reference. So maybe I exaggerated and I just wanted something like more simple, right? So let's try. No, I cannot draw in this distance with all these things. I need to have more. Let's try to do something here. Okay, so I have this. I will hide this. Okay, much better now. Yeah, I need to Control Z. Just don't work for the. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Oh, maybe I need to be on object mode, that's it. Okay, so oh, this character mount. Okay, this is what the original character design says, but maybe I want something. Yeah, let's try something like that, maybe. So what about that? It's not a very cool multi-expression, not generic, like she's like a bit sad, but the is there any way to maybe something like that? Yeah, the mouth corner is important, so maybe it's not like the character design, so maybe the bottom lip could be something like that usually, but since it's mouth open, yeah, the lips corner is very important, though it's difficult to realize because it seems that rounded shape in rest position is bad, right? Like this, it doesn't really help then to get this back, so I'm tempted to try something like that, right? But I don't know, maybe like that or like that or just like that. This shape is for the mouth corner is actually important. I think should be more neutral. And then here, yeah, so this is kind of explorations that I find difficult on certain, yeah, on multi expressions. So here for this character design, right? So if you because it's cartoon, there are lots of amount of shape possibilities. If it were just some realistic thing, like we wouldn't need to bother too much about stylization. Of course, accuracy in terms of anatomy would be fundamental, but we probably would like to express the anatomical shapes way more. Anatomical shapes are I'm not saying easy, they are just what we are used to, right? So it's like, oh, and it's 3D, so 3D language will favoritize those kind of things, right? So I think we are getting to something here. This annotation is valuable. Maybe I should not delete this for once if it doesn't just get destroyed itself as I have been. Yes, this could work. Let's try this. And so edit mode, and of course materials, or perhaps this, I'm not sure. Materials is more confusing for too many colors, right? For now it's a bit too confusing, so oh, so if that's correct, yeah, the top lip is too large, right? So we can to too thick, right, for this character design currently, so this should work. Now, this was too large, so this is another reason why. So another thing that can work for this stylization actually that I haven't thought, maybe I should. Probably there are waves here. Yeah, dissolving right now would be quite dangerous for, I don't know, maybe I lose some smoothing thing. Yeah. We are progressing slowly, I agree, but we are making progress. Already we set the mouth main controllers, right? So we are getting closer to an alternative to the incredible sonic universal sonic mouth, right? We're making our own own version, right? If I succeed on that approach, anyways, I'm gonna make a mouth rig tutorial on spline skinning with all that is going on here, of course simplified, just with what really worked. If there's anything worth mentioning that I didn't use, I will try to mention, but otherwise it will focus on the what works for the cartoony deforms that I want. So we see that we have a lot of mesh geometry even for these tiny lips here on the top. Maybe the drawings here could be a bit more, yeah, maybe I've made them too tiny, too thin, I mean. Maybe we need to make just some rescaling adjustment, but then at the corner, okay, we're getting the corners again with problems. So here's a question about the character design. Maybe this is accurate. Yeah, I think, yeah, this character is not like a female that has the lips that will be, yeah, and we are getting close to the edge here, the corners. So here the lips can be larger, of course, in the center, but not as it reach the, yeah, and here even we can have some playing with these shapes here. Attention there, clipping problems. Okay, no clippings problems so far here, just some mesh confusion. Can smooth this. Okay, so here we can do something like the inverse thing here, which is usually beautiful, but very slightly. Some things we find out in stylization, perhaps anatomy as well. Here I'm not sure, but then here we can, oh, here is important. Let's keep here because then we can see this. We should be able to see where is the center of the lips. Yes, so here we see it will take more time even to reassess these yeah, so for example, this is too pushed outside. This is need to meet to the middle. Probably the lips shouldn't be protruded, right? But the side we are not assessing yet, so this is just the frontal view, the front view, so it's okay that it's not perfect right now. Here we should probably smooth these things. We can also use a smart move here, like to smooth only the face in these orientations, right? So we can probably get some generic smoothing only on the front or side. So here we probably want to to do something about this here. Here I think we need some smoothing. Yeah, get this regular. I don't like this orientation. Here I think we are getting somewhere here. Yes, this should be smaller. What is this? I don't know what's... So yeah, this is the... Need to solve the... Okay, this is important. That first one we probably can scale down. Then we can probably smooth this, perhaps scale up this one a little, scale a little up this one, smooth, scale up. This we should scale up and smooth. This yeah, let's scale up and smooth this. So a lot of minimal artistic decisions here that should matter. The final shape here, we must be aware of the clipping problem. I've lost some shapes here, unfortunately. The smooth is there. The smooth gizmo. One of the worst thing is when we lose the gizmo. For some reason, sometimes it's overlay. Sometimes it's just disappears. There are many reasons if we mess up with the gizmos that have to get it back from here. And other things, perhaps we are in another mode or something else, some condition that doesn't let it appear. Fortunately, it's just a minimal incident, but I had some time, got despaired, because it's a tool that we use, at least me, we use it's very useful tool. So here the shape of the lip, okay. So to assess this thing, I don't necessarily need to be too careful about the anatomical shape again, because we have the profiles, right? Profile, bendy bone, lips, profiles, bendy bones, splines. So nonetheless, I'm trying to get as good as I can, because there's the problem of the orientations, right? So currently, I believe this is working, but here let's try to use this thing again. Oh yes, this will help. So a bit complicated with switching, but it will definitively, if I have the ideal, this concept, this will be the ideal sort of. Okay, so here this is where, okay, so we need to scale down this thing. Yeah, this was a big problem. Smooth, maybe here scale down. There's the on other rigs, or I don't know, in other situations, I thought I had easy time with those I think it's on the eyelids that I was having good time with the corners, but now for this mount rig, this is being really complicated. Maybe I was just lacking some basic approach like that. We can probably, again, I'm being a bit perfectionist about those shapes. Okay, we don't need to follow exactly this character design, right? So that's good enough for a rest position. We don't need to, maybe here just small Yeah, scale down here, smooth. Yeah, there is a subtle curve that we might want here. Here, perhaps. These lips here, yeah, these faces maybe scaled down. It's difficult. Scale down, scale down, scale. Yeah, this collapses a lot, so that's important. If it doesn't start very collapsed, we might be suffering with very crazy shapes going around here. So let's count. 1, 2. This part requires more than the bottom, so maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sounds like a kid. 6, 7. Okay, so it was 10 and 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the 11th would be exactly the middle if you want to. Yeah, it does look like the middle. At least one of the middles. So plus 6, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Then we smooth everything just slightly. I'm gonna save. Let's go to interior. Yeah, we got starting to get a good mouth here, the good lips. There are a lot of problems yet regarding these mouth shapes, but we are going. Yeah, this is an evolution for that pose. Rest position. I got to name it more accurately because we lack already good names for those things. Rest position is a concept that is too confusing because in the understanding there's a rest position for the mesh, which is what I'm working with. There's a rest position for the armature, the bones on edit mode. Yeah, armature and mesh on edit mode, just as curve object on edit mode. It's all rest position for me. Then we have the rest pose, which is the condition of the mesh and the armature and whatever the curves and maybe other features on pose mode or object mode. As they get immediately there, they get driven, transformed, deformed, whatever it is, constrained, bone constrained. And then we have also the another problem, conceptual problem, is that naming problem is that besides these names of rest positions, there is also, there it is, the skeleton, the armature. Okay, is hidden. We have also the skeleton panel, rest position and rest position, pose position and rest position as a radio button. So rest position is actually an option. It's not what I was talking about before. And that's crazy, because then we have pose position, which is not rest pose. And we can't make 3D animation normally. Yeah, usually we do on pose position. Show armature in binding pose or final pose state. Alright. This is final pose state, of course, is not. It's obscure. What is final pose state? Is the rest pose, as we reset everything as maximum as we can, with bone constraints active and all that, or is perhaps non-reset pose, like if I pose a bone, is this the final? Because this is final. Well, there's the rest pose and there's a posed pose. And so this and then here, show armature in binding pose or final posed state. Show armature in bind. Okay, what is binding pose though? This I didn't know about. It's the same description. This is not possible. Binding pose or final pose state. Oh, no, this is okay. Okay, but which one is the final pose state? Which one is in the binding pose? I think the rest position is the binding pose. Oh, okay, posed state is their pose position. Oh, haha, new concepts, folks. No one told me that. No one knows anything about rigging in Blender of the basics. No, this is, yeah, I should have read this before. Never see these statements anywhere. This rarely see. So rest position, no posing possible. Okay, so this is binding pose state. Binding pose. Edit mode for all the object stuff, right? Rest position, if I want to be more precise about it, your binding pose. What is the binding pose of your character? My binding pose of the character is this one. Look, the rest position. The rest position being the binding pose state. No, it's not just binding pose. Binding pose state. So, and we don't have, and then, okay, the final posed state or posed state. Okay, so state is important to mention. Usually final posed state, because it's not final pose, although we could use final pose. Binding pose, final pose, that makes sense. Okay, it should note that final pose. That's interesting. I may start using it to confuse people. No, it's actually for a good reason. So binding pose state, this is rest position, and then there exists also the final pose state, which is the posed state. Binding final pose. Now I'm confused. Hold on. Binding pose or okay, it's that they reuse state for both. So binding pose state and or final pose state, posed state, always posed state. No binding posed state. Okay, it's just how it derives. So binding pose state correct, rest position, and final posed state, always posed state. So it's not final pose. It doesn't say equals pose position. Yeah, I'll never get it right because of the final pose possibility, which doesn't appear anywhere here. So if you want to be exact, final posed state, binding pose state. Alright folks, so this is the class for rigging in Blender. Very cool stuff. I've just learned that after 2 years of rigging. That there existed those are very articulated nomenclatures. But let's continue with our how we call it, our binding pose state. Binding pose state, yeah, not binding posed state, binding pose state, or just binding pose. Yeah, that should be fine. So we are going now for the side view, and for that we require to check. I would also work on the 3/4 view, but later. Let's fix this one now. Apparently I have, okay, so this is something that is a bit complicated in my opinion in Blender 2, is to have these panels zoomed correctly when we are working on model shit. I need to check some workflows of other artists. You see, immediately I have wrong zooms here. So let's do it again, and let's get it front. The problem is that I want to draw, but as soon as I can zoom out. If I just do this, I start, you see, I lose the zoom, and there's not a regulator to refine the zoom. We have to match them here, and if we unmatch, yeah. So if you start to do this, it's lost. Like I've just disrupted my. If I want full precision, but it's okay, don't need to be full precise, for at least not for this case. Otherwise I would prefer to have I just don't know how to match them back exactly by default, so you have to reopen, rejoin, and find the, yeah, I think there is a way. I've searched, I couldn't find yet. So now we need a new drawing here, so I'll use a new set for annotations, so view annotation. I'll use a new one, perhaps in a new color even, so before I get confused, front lips, and here would be I don't know why these were for. I think they were wrong things, so let's do. Hope I didn't delete something important. I don't remember having any important annotation before. The rest was turned into grease pencil from backup files that contain annotations. Then, because I couldn't import the annotations, I transformed these old annotations that I survived on very old files into grease pencil. Then I appended the grease pencil. Then I found a way to have them, at least the grease pencils, they are objects that we can manipulate easily in terms of origin and all that, but their appearance in how they show in the screens must be fixed manually, like if they were objects and shining and shaders. So they need materials or something like that, yeah, to appear properly. Maybe not materials, not sure right now. You know, this a bit confusing for me. But I was able to do this one of these lives. Okay, what I'm saying. So front, side, yeah, lips, side, lips, front. Alright, so we're gonna lips side, and we want to reduce that, and I want a color that will be maybe that. Let's see. Yes, this is good. Except that I cannot be on edit mode here. Did I just delete? Yes. This is another problem. So let's see. Yeah. We need to make some operations on object mode unless before we start drawing. Otherwise, we might did just that I did now. Oh, I've even lost the lips front, lips side, so even worse than I thought. So let's be careful here. I think I will make a little strip here, so okay, little line here. I want to show the side so I can compare with my original. and so I'm gonna save. I'm gonna make another then I can delete, right? So let's do this. I'm on object mode, so if I control Z now, it just deletes. It's fine. So here's my backup situation. The lips here that I need to draw, they need to follow this. We could have more lines, right? But it's not the case, so let's just try to find our way, like perhaps like this. So it's still not good. I don't see the lines in this. Maybe because we need something. No. Yeah, nothing helps. So X-ray, it's very difficult to see that background. So maybe I need to do something. Yeah, good thing. Alright, still not good to see. I need to hide all the mesh, but I think I'll work through that, right? So you see, for the perfect stuff to work with is not always very easy. There's too much things in a 3D software, CG software like Blender. So the mesh here, the character design, this is, we should transform, of course. We'll do this next, but we need to address. Okay, maybe if I. Yeah, it's what kind of lips this card have, something like that, right? Then this part will meet in here, would be somewhere like where it was, like, right? Somewhere like here, I think this, the corner. Yes, so we could use here, could be pushed, maybe it's a good idea. Then there is, yes, some sort of, yeah, the lines is very, yeah, it's very hard for me to draw in, not very hard, but it's difficult to draw for me in this. My line gets really sketchy when I try to draw in. Here we could have, because it 3D, some sort of slightly bending up here, or at least some thing in the. Okay, then for the bottom lip, we see that it will follow somewhere like here, and then at the end we'll see in the CG shape, right? So strangely enough, my drawing here suggests that we have done. Yeah, I didn't respect this bottom part, so maybe this is dangerous. This lip from this part seems too thick, but sounds okay. Let's try to, yeah, it's risky, but let's try to do it. In the worst case scenario, we would have made at least good lips for this new rest position that would be easier to develop than later, to just make small adjustments here, you see. So in the worst case scenario, this was a good reconstruction, because we don't, probably we can reuse this rest position to, I mean, minor tweaks I would have to do in relation to what I had before, right? So this is probably something that will stick. So I just need to get, this is really strange how this, yeah, I'm drawing wrongly this thing. So, because everything here is a bit confusing, so the shape of the lip from the, I'm confused about this side view here, because, yeah, because the lips of this card shouldn't be that on that view. Never draw like I'm doing a cross section here. It's too bizarre. So maybe why I'm trying to protrude this that much? Maybe because I'm trying to match this positioning. So yeah, I was really doing like a cross section somewhat. So let's try to, but the lips appear right from, so maybe this is wrong actually. after so much. So we'll try from something like this, right? Of course there are some side, but it's I really getting confused with what's going on here, but at least the profile, I think we are getting it good. Oh, maybe this thing should go... Yeah, that's it. That's what was going on. So yeah, we can get this thing curvy here, but this needs to be bolder in this area. And this is why the third quarter view comes in handy. Let's reach for the third quarter view and see. And then for this third quarter view, we probably would like to... Let's hope Blender will help us in this setting here. We'll get them like on a vertical split here. You see that the scales are wrong now, and this is the hardest part, because I just don't know now. It's very hard to get... Okay, maybe if we can solve this in this manner. At least, yeah, it's not just matching the lines, right? You need to match the scale. This sounds correct. More or less correct. So let's risk this. I think there's an automation, right? For but I don't know. I'm not using it. It will give a certain setting, and if I do that now, I might lose this setting, which is not Control-Z-able. And this is bad. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 5, and let's push it there. We have we see that this works. Here is our... Unfortunately, we cannot hide the objects for each, so it's difficult to... What we're seeing from these 3 quarters is that we might have to push the mesh to be more at the front here, because this is the side view. So this means that probably this mount is too far behind, and perhaps this was what was making drawing it so difficult. So let's try to... Now I've just lost again the... Yeah, okay, so yeah, we've rescaled wrongly. Now it's not gonna match properly. It's... yeah, very... Now I think something about the control zoom changed, or I changed while trying some different setup, and now I can't get it right. Alright, so let's save and let's move it here with proportional editing, but I want a large proportional editing for all the lips, all the region actually. I don't want the nose though. Why I still have the nose in this case, I have no idea. This is not moving what I want, so let's hide this and that. It will only create problems for us right now. So let's pick this, and yeah, one on the top and one on the bottom. That should be good. Let's try to... Yeah, so idea was to push it forward so that according to the window I'm at, Of course, you see all the clipping that is happening, so this is complicated now because of the mirror modifier. So let's do it actually through here, because then I won't clip. I try to approximate to what should be the quarter view, and of course it's horrible, but I'm trying to match this with the side view a little. The front view is not changing too much, so we can be safer with that. Maybe I can make some adaptation on the bottom too. Here I believe we can reshape here, and it's difficult to see if I'm destroying or not certain things, but here, since we're here, let's already solve these shapes because it's horrible. And here I won't bother anymore with this. Let's just try to, yeah, and here we need to change this. Let's see what we can get from these deforms, this transforms actually. Here it's clear that the lips is protruding. We need to bring it to the side, and here we can probably get this thing. Yeah, we need something protruding here. Here we can smooth these faces. The shape here of the lip is still not very good. Here we're gonna, yeah, so now we talk about profiles in edit mode for just the mesh. Here we need to do something about this, but this will be difficult because we are already radically changing what we had in the front view, so bad stuff that we had to retake this. Here I believe even I have deleted a face. Now it's just accidentally hidden, so this is not a big deal because it's all the mesh surrounding it, so that's relatively, that is okay, at least for now. We could be reshaped. You see that the mouth now is closer to this lighter color here, so this should be good. I think this was an improvement. Here the side view, yes, we had attempted the side view, but drawing it we actually didn't. These rotations here seem to be fundamental. We could try to smooth out these things. Here I see that the bottom lip is not accurate enough, but then we must be careful about the front view. Eventually we'll reach a situation in this, probably this model sheet that I've attempting here is incorrect, so we'll have to solve something eventually just from the 3D from a 3D understanding of the shapes, how they should look in 3D. So there's go a 3D adaptation from 2D. Then I mean, really, well, I give up on this 2D model shape model sheet details here. Let's do something different. That would be better, right? Sometimes that's, and of course we can solve certain aspects with some cheat, like in the future, how they call it, maybe you solve, yeah, at least solve the front or the side, and let the rest be solved with cheating. That is the camera keys, for example. If we really want to have really matching stuff without what should be probably an impossible model sheet, right? Then we use impossible methods that will morph the shapes of the character, the profiles, according to the camera viewport, yeah. And this is possible. This is rigging, actually. And those Japanese, crazy Japanese from Bell, long feature film animation, they were able to invent, or if probably it was their invention. I don't. That's the reference I've got. Someone told me. And then there's documentation on it, how they did that, and now. Then I've made a prototype of this. It's relatively simple. That requires some thought. It's really not something from another world. I think this, although not fundamental to the 3D adaptation the level of work that I've made for this character, because after working so long in this model, eventually I found, okay, this is false because the mesh is just invisible. After working so long in trying to match, right, eventually I came up with some shapes, 3D shapes that, well, this mesh looks like more or less accurate, even, and I was starting to accept some weird observation, maybe because my point of view is biased, right, after looking at the model for so long time. But I never really gave up on the idea of using this new feature. But when I discovered the new feature, how to do it, right, and I learned about it, I had no idea this was a genius invention. At that point, my model sheet for the face was already good, looking quite satisfying in certain ways. That do I really need that camera keys? Camera keys automorphs? How apparently they what are called? Because this setting seems important, I'm going just to save now in a new file, and this will be lips rest position. We couldn't be, how was it called? Lips, not rest position, is binding rest, no, binding pose state. Now I'm not sure if it was that binding pose state. That's it. So having this said, I can already join these areas because I don't think I'm gonna need this from these adjustments. Let's see how, because now I think, yes, we'll continue to rely on the model sheets for a while, but to solve this entirely, but we at least if we check what we have here, we probably can consider that hold on, these are annotations. Yes, we have the annotations, so actually we do not require, yes, that's fine, the annotations are, because this is old, we need a new matching here. I can revise this for later work of adaptation, but here we got the mouth lip on the shape more or less that we wanted, at least regarding certain orientations, but we need to keep reshaping it. What I'm gonna do now is a bit dangerous because, yeah, my mesh is corrupted in some way. I need to be careful about that. Something horrible happened to the nose, and I don't know what the hell it is. I probably need to reassess the, yeah. So This is very, very bad, so let's fix this immediately. I think I've pushed, as I was making these editions, these editings, I eventually massacred the mesh with wrong protections, so accidents occur, nothing to do now. It will be too confusing. This is something I dislike about software stuff. You have to start to stack versions, and that's on certain works or workflows. Eventually it becomes painful to have to manage all those things. I cannot think of turning back, it's too confusing, because oh yeah, turn back, this is okay, but that is not okay, and you have to mix stuff to yeah, this is extremely confusing for me. Eventually, as we practice a software, myself included, we start to get better at some aspects of merging things, but for myself particularly, there are things that I struggle too much that I prefer to avoid. Even though it's true I save a lot, not because that I intend to be taking back some features, just back up and that's it. At least I have, in case some horrible thing happen, I have some namings that, well, that feature that I've made is there somewhere. Not sure if I can reuse it totally from it, but it is there somehow, surviving there. That's it. What about the other features of that model? No, I don't care. It's just for that particular feature that I'm maintaining a certain backup. Okay, so here we see another problem here. The tip of the nose from a frontal view here is very bad. At least according to this character design, we need to make this adequated. This probably we need to do this. Not sure about these vertices though. Yeah, this is very complicated. I'm changing the... Okay, never mind. Maybe I messed up with the eyelids. Have to fix that later. Just a small fix. And this mesh topology, of course, is horrible. I need to find a way to do that. This was just to have an extra subdivision for the nose. This is clipped, so rip vertex, but it's still clipped. What was the technique? Unclip, then okay, without proportional editing, it will just then do this and then merge at last, merge at last. Okay, so this I should remember for other times. Now yeah, but clipping back, let's hope this, yeah, so this is stable, but the character design here is a bit messed up. These curves can be better. This curve actually, yeah, curving mesh here, this is very bad. What is happening there? So oh, there's a no, yeah, this is the trigon, so I don't want another mesh crossing here, so this must be solved in some special way. I have this going up here. I think it will be here. Why haven't I probably didn't solve that before because there was something about it that is problematic. So dissolve edge, dissolve vertex, merge at last. So the idea here, okay, nothing can be done about this. This requires to be Yeah, maybe I need a new subdivision actually. Yeah, this region is quite important, so I don't really need anything from here except the subdivision, so yeah. This will imply that okay, non-manifold structure, we just must be careful not to loop cut any wrong thing. Then here to it's already willing to loop cut this thing. Here to there. That's correct. Alright, so what happened here is that we will have to do this maintenance thing so that we can push these vertices, not touching that yet. Well, let's touch that, whatever. Then we fix the snapping later so that we can push this up, and by pushing this up, this will guarantee that we can solve this in this region. So here we will turn this into another of these. Actually what we did was that, where's my other, I have a 5-star pole, apparently I've lost it. I need to make another one, maybe somewhere like here maybe, or here. This doesn't need to be regular, but at some point we need to solve this, so maybe here. So this loops to up, dissolve vertex, dissolve edge. Alright. Yes, it's really a mesh topology problem, basic problem, that when I created this thing. So maybe the solution here, yeah, I had this right at some point. I'm just lacking ideas. Okay, this is okay. Then we have this face loop. It's not clear that I need this subdivision here, and this is what's causing the thing to break down. So there's no way I can do this. Okay, I have, but now it's it will be good unless, but then I need to solve this trigon, and there's no unless I made a subdivision in this direction, which is perhaps not useless. Where would that go? Well, it's regular, it's the last of, it's near the last of the mouth. Then it will also make here. But is this mesh topology? No, not there. Just here. Is this thing, if we try to get it regular, what does it do? It tries to it's a very bizarre one. Yeah, it's a very bizarre one. I don't like it, although shouldn't be wrong, but I don't have anything doing this. Even here, it's like looping around here, not looping around the... here, so this doesn't I don't like it, so not good enough for me. So we can already dissolve this again, and perhaps I should consider solving this before it reaches the, yeah, there's, here will be the same problems. So here well, I'm glad I made this subdivision here, because at least that place was a bit confusing with yeah, we needed to take that trigon out of there anyway. So I thought the nose would be a better place to work, but actually I'm finding out yes, a trigon here shouldn't do too bad. That's maybe wishful thinking. So the idea I had originally would be to solve this from this edge. Actually has some utility, so maybe if I try to respect this topology here from here, it would be better. So like for example, maybe I'm being too yeah, maybe I should play more with the mesh topology potential which I have here. So okay, so now we start to have this strange stuff, but actually it's not that strange. Look at that. They all go down, they just don't go down all in the same way. This respects these things with just a variation, tiny variation. This still goes up while this still goes up, yes. Then this goes down. It's just we just don't have, they are crossing, yeah, this doesn't cross anymore. This will be the last, that then all this goes up, or actually this dies there because we are trying to solve this in a different fashion. So maybe okay, let's still consider this. Maybe if I checked other models which I was working with, like other previous versions, long time ago, how did I solve that, right? Okay, then we have this. Oh, maybe here the problem might be here, because why am I having this phase loop if this is not being reproduced here, right? Good point. The problem might be here actually, right? So cross topology here, but where? Here. Let's take that risk. Maybe this trigon is not wrong. Like could be a Okay, let's see about the subdivisions here. It's not too bad, but of course this is what we must conceive better. This solve edge. What happened to... okay, here. Yeah, sorry folks too, this is not exactly what I was intending for this part of the, yeah, the session of the mouth rigging. Yeah, this is very strange. Not the trigger itself might be okay, it's just this part's annoying. It's me, we have, although we have at least that. It's mouse tweaks in mesh topology. At least we took one horrible trigon there, which is in the middle, and this was probably bad for the deforming of the... maybe I could simplify this also. I think I have excessive mesh geometry here. Let's see this. The nose can be larger, this part. Here we can push this apart and yeah, I think I know why I wanted that other subdivision. It doesn't get too difficult there to... Okay, we got rid of that. No, we didn't. It's still there. Still, where does that go? Okay, this goes... okay, this is not so bad. This is... let's see, if the nose gets good in the shaping, that's enough for me for this tweaks. Interesting, maybe this is actually cool to have this kind of shape here. Yeah, this is where it might start to fail. Let's try to push this down and then smooth these faces here. Okay, this is accurate just enough so that we can continue the lips. And okay, we got rid the mesh topology. If the shapes are good, the mesh topology are not the worst thing to care about. So we need to reassess here the need to hide some stuff here. And continue working on these lips. We are close to conclude this part. we now just have to tweak this in some ways, I believe, and then we'll get the what could be the final shape for okay, then maybe scaling that, then rotating this. Yeah, this is good. Here it's too I'm afraid, so we could have some simplifications here. It is likely that at this point of experimentation we could benefit, but it's too early to consider this seriously at this moment. At least we have to handle a few more experimentation with what we have now to consider, for example, reducing the mesh topology. Yes, it could help in simplifying the shapes, and have all this work faster, and then we can test easier certain concepts. Because with the profile curves, it is much simpler to deform the mesh in the desired way. So a simplified mesh should not overly simplify. I mean, just less than all the subdivisions we have here, could help in assessing the challenge, the difficulty of the challenge, make the tests. Unfortunately, I have too much geometry here to and it will make it a bit difficult. Yeah, we waste too much time in these manipulations. On the other hand, we can already get certain. It might be possible to see the real power of the splines, right? If there are not enough geometry, spline skinning will be offset too much, I guess, also, and so at some point the problem is that there are wave paint on all these subdivided mesh, so we can't just take off some dissolve face loops like randomly. We need to be careful if we want to. Yeah, actually it was a dead end. We'll have to, if we had to augment the mesh geometry again, then we lose all the work we've done with wave painting. So no simple thing. So what we can do here is getting those lips to, yeah, I see what's happening here. So it's difficult to reposition this, so without some, and actually, why are those, this would that, no, I've drawn these lip shapes recently, right now, today, I think. So it's not like this has anything to do with the half skiff shape we had before. Just occurred to me. What I'm trying to modeling here? No, these are half kiss shapes? No, not really. I'm just trying to respect some aspects of the mesh, of the expressions of the lips, the anatomy shapes it could contain. Alright, we don't need to go right there. This exaggeration could work. That here it's clear that these, we need to do something to reduce this size here. Yeah, so this is, I see. Let's rescale this. With proportional editing even, yeah. Yeah, this is the good setup. Collapse those things. But it helps a lot in this joint, like the corner, but it's just not enough to there's a lot of work to be done. So also the lips here, they lost volume, so here is horrible. We need to do something about that. It's difficult with this, yeah, it will change everything, so we need to do like bits by bits. So when we get this and we smooth, it will interpolate, so we need to be doing it in a smart way. It's still not good, of course. This one is needs to be yeah, we need to round the shapes, right? So it should be partially interpolated, partially and it will be much easier to do this with just a few. Yeah, so now I'm getting really tons of work to do, but okay, we are nearly finishing this. It needs not to be perfect, right? That's the good point, at least one of them. Let's see how this is going. Then it deforms wrongly. Yeah, these two here, maybe we can do some rescaling here, but then we need to do, yeah, I need some inspiration here to work with that. It's really not very easy. If I get too, if this starts to really get impossible, then yes, I will sacrifice the weights, or perhaps I, yeah, duplicate the weights. I don't know. We'll simplify the mesh geometry and then we do it again later with the subdivisions, but we'll take advantage of the fact that, well, we get this amount of with this amount of geometry. Okay, what we can do, alright, but we're getting better. No, it's still not good. Of course, we could be that I'm really bad at this too, so at modeling those shapes in a higher mesh topology. So maybe it will be a job for sculpting. I'm afraid sculpting, I would make it even worse, but we can, let's give it a shot. Maybe there's some advantages. There's those inflating things. On occasions I try some stuff when I yeah, the problem is that we really got this messed up here, the scales of each part. The orientations got, yeah. It's really hard to get regular with this stuff when you have too much geometry on a low poly thing. Okay, so maybe I should, yeah, do something like that. Those faces also need some here. Alright, let's see if we can now yeah, let's smooth this. All right, let's see how it's, yeah, it's not acceptable yet. No, it's very bad. Let's see if we, my ancient bizarre rest position was better. Maybe I don't need to follow very closely down character design. Maybe it should be like how it looks in in 3D now at this point, right? So yeah, this, yes, so 3D at some point you need to go more like that, right? Maybe I was just lacking to go more organic, less analytic and more organic, right? And on a more organic fashion, right? So here, for allowing us to get these shapes done, we might have to not spare resources here at our disposal. We need those lips to shape well and many orientations. Here here I see from the interior that this lips seems to be, yeah, strange, too bold here, too thick. Here also we see that this doesn't seem quite good. Hope that in the outer side this represent good things. Not so good, right? Not fortunate. But it was some tweaks, maybe it got some positive effects in some aspect. We'll see as we... Now that part really got messed up, so horrible. We messed up the corners in a very terrible way, so we shouldn't have done that. Yeah, these need to smooth this more. Yeah, we'll just starting to recorrect this. Alright, I think it's a little better, but it's still too flat. This too stins too much. I'm still not able to get these good shapes here. It's clear that yeah, not good. So let's assess the sculpt system here. Let's see what we can do with sculpting. Maybe some, yeah, that's it. That's more likely what you need to do. Yeah, actually this seems to be much better. Why? Except that, is there a way to avoid this ripping? I think no, this is a problem that I didn't know how to solve. One of the annoying things that couldn't get through of this. Yeah, it's ripping, then is okay, then why if it's this clipped before? So we don't care about that. Aha. Alright, so this might be the good approach. We could attempt some Smooth, I think there's a smooth thing. This doesn't look like smooth thing, but it is written. Let's use the pen. I was using the mouse. Okay, so this smooth thing is not okay. Maybe no. Yeah, it's not equal to. Okay, so what I just did there, I think this is not very interesting. I don't think this can be saved. No, so I think I have saved right before. Let's see. Yes, 2 minutes ago. But it's already start being destroyed. At least not as much as... I have no idea how that happened, but... Okay, now I'm terrified about sculpt mode. This is not what get me away from sculpt mode though, it's just unfortunate that this happened like that. Maybe this is because of the crease stuff, or no, it is the corrupted mesh that I need to assess what's going on with the mesh. Yeah, might be something about that. Okay, this is not, yeah, not going here. So let's continue this with the, instead with just the proportional editing with different, yeah, a variety of it's not as fast, but it won't destroy what we are. It will not do that horrible thing that happened. So I believe this, no, here we have nearly solved the need to get something done about these corners. It's like we need to get this reorganized in some way. Yeah, it's not exactly smoothing, it needs to be collapsing in a way that is good for the shape of corners. So might be the case that there would be some interpenetrations there even on rest position, but the important thing is that it collapses in a convenient way. Ideally, we'd need to reshape how those loop cuts interact, and again it's excessive amount of phase for a result which isn't like that is too stylized for sculpting, my sculpting at least. Alright, let's see if that's okay. There's another way we can try to smooth from here. So this would destroy some shapes, of course, but at least it could help. Yeah, there's another possibility. If we just try to smooth just these ones, we might have a chance to smooth this without destroying all the rest. Okay, so now we're starting to get some alright, let's assume this is good enough, although it's certainly not good enough, but to start with them, to see if this new rest position has any positive impact in the rig. At least this could be a good thing. Like you see, it's not horrible, it's regular stuff, like mediocre at best, but feasible. The problem is that if I had to readjust stuff, the bendy bones, I have to adjust to this rest position. So this is an incentive to not accept this these shapes yet, and to continue working on that. But maybe oh, I see something here. Okay, this is important. So the bottom lip is just wrong. This we need to improve. Yeah, more round shaped here in the bottom, more bending here. I think this will improve just a little the expression, the shape, and then these we should, yeah, but without this is very hard. This is not going to happen, I think. There's no way Blender understands what I want, but maybe if I did this, yeah, this can be easier. No, it says easy, it says wrong. Okay, something like that. So then of course this something is very wrong about this. Okay, these are going there. This smoothing will never solve this craziness that's going there. Unless we try to smooth by areas until we yeah, so it's these things here, apparently they got wrong. Okay, now it's starting to get corrected. It's just not a nightmare because I know other alternatives to solve this. I'm just playing around to see. Alright, let's accept this nearly and a few tweaks here on that bottom lip. It's starting to be acceptable, even in a for the experiment is certainly acceptable, but for what I was expecting to have as a for this task, it's just not good enough. I wanted that it matched much better a good expression, lips expression, a more regular thing, and it's just too inadequate for cartoony, even real in a more, if not considering style, even it's not very beautiful. Yeah, if we tweak here again these shapes, maybe we can get back some quality, but something that could matter, that we might consider appealing, but not nearly enough. Yes, so actually I think there's some sort of corrective smoothing which is destroying the lips. Let's check this. It's not even enabled for some reason. Okay, it's the driven one, which we are not using. I don't think we need to drive this, so let's delete that. We have backup for this if we care. If I were to apply this, of course we don't want, it's too smoothing already. It's not required, so we can delete that for now. Corrective smooth mouth, what? Okay, this is for the muzzle, I think. Shrink wrap, anything else? No, that's it. So so there's no corrective smooth there. Corrective smooth mouth. Okay, let's see the vertex group for that. Maybe, yeah, I believe it reached to the mouth, and that would be okay. So this is an old one. We can delete smooth face, corrective smooth face. Of course we know what that is. It's all that. It includes the lips. So I had it included, right, with a lower influence, but okay, so part of our problems are explained, folks. We don't need corrective loops for the, well, we were making on edit mode, so we didn't see the problems. As soon as we shift there, we got some bad news, right? So we need to change the wave painting, right, for the lips. So we're gonna just get these face loops here. Actually, let's take from the middle and let's expand here. Something like this should be enough. Maybe include that too for now. Then we get here and actually on wave paint mode, and let's take off some yeah, let's Maybe I should be more radical about this, right? So subtract everything. Let's just add like blur. No, let's just start mixing something like not on the mirror side, so here. Maybe that's too much, so just blur. It would just be slight corrective smooth, and that will be enough. The skin here in the edge will receive a lot more because it is blurring from the masked faces, vertices already, and then the rest of the lips, they won't have any effect because it's useless to have corrective smooth. No, it's not useful. Actually, it's could be important inside, but yeah, the lips themselves, they are smooth enough in general in this new shape, so it's more like the interface and some slight event smooth. And so as we go here, if we enable this, now you see that we don't need the corrective smooth, and this is not gonna switch, so it just like it's not driven or anything, it's just this, and that's good. That's it. Oh, it was enabled. Let's test. Should we need 5, 4? Yeah, it wasn't 5. Let's skip 5 then. So, okay, now it's let's say a bit more than mediocre. Starts to be acceptable even in terms of character design. I don't know exactly what those shapes would represent for mouth expression, but we can assess this. We might be able to assess this soon enough. Here we can, might be a good idea to, yeah. Here probably should be something wrong happened there. No proportional editing. Okay, and this is clear that this kind of thing should be like much contracted. We need to bring this very close here, then we can smooth this, and then we approximate this here, but then it causes some issues. We can smooth, and then we okay, so now this region of course is critical for the way this mesh is distributed. This geometry is really bad, and here starting to make some sense. All right, let's finally, now let's as okay, I promise this is the last thing I do here. Okay, so even though that is not good enough, cannot unsee these horrors of this, how this is not shaping well enough according to the character design. So now the rest position of the yeah, ovaloid, horizontal, half. Okay, it's 800% close, right? Something like that. That's fine. More or less smooth. Yes. Few anatomical shapes it required. We took off the correctly smooth, which would smooth it out even more and make it worse. Horizontal, fine. With yeah, it's horizontalized, so this is, I think this is good enough. We don't need to exaggerate more on top of that. Maybe even I exaggerate a little more, a bit more, but okay, let's accept that. We were able to make something relatively acceptable with this wide range, so maybe this is not bad. And then the fact that it is yes, ovaloid, so it's also acceptable, even though we made some tweaks here, anatomical, so that makes sense. So, but this was just unfortunate. So I want to complete the rest position. We need still the retake bones rest positions, the lips profiles bendy bone splines, and add lips profiles bendy bone splines, and solve waves. Okay. Maybe we won't address the waves, but we need absolutely to complete the rest position. It is imperative that we, at least if we want a rig that is not offsetting all the time, it's imperative that the armature gets the proper rest position too. The bones for the lips, and this is not so complex then, right? It's not complex at all in comparison to modeling. So however, I'll continue this in a moment, but I'll have to make a very tiny pause. I'll put a note here. Back in 10 minutes at most. Yes, that's it. So I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll complete the armature, right? And so that would be where it is. Failing to see the bones here. Okay. It's lips. Oh, it's just lips. So it's here, and the annotations are in the way. We don't need to look at them. Hide, and we can use here and here. Alright, so we're gonna now I see that there's some part of the mesh there which is a bit that we can smooth out. Just yeah, so okay, that's good. There's still some strange bulging. Now it is yeah, it's still bad, but we got it. This will require assessment from the maybe with proportional editing we can get a easy solution for that. But this is dangerous because we're not seeing the character design right now, so yeah, too dangerous. Yeah, at least we got it better, and then yeah, slightly better. Then this is what we're gonna do. We need to reposition all this stuff. We can make this a little more simple if we just pick those main bones here, and we place it at the first layer, including okay, and this it is questionable if we should keep these here. Yes, we can keep these here, except for these ones. We can actually there's a mouth thing, so maybe hold on, we can perhaps, although they are mastered, there's one that is even more mastered than that. So this, so we have, so this is the master. Now this is the mechanism one, so we don't bother. What we want is this one will stay here. However, these ones would, what is this? Control lips upper. Now we move it wrongly, so this goes back to mouth profile. Yeah, everything is wrong here after I, so this goes back to mouth, which is hold on, this is mouth is the fourth. This main, this is mechanism, it stays here, but it's mouth things, so maybe it should go to mouth just for organization. Mouth upper, mouth left, mouth right, and mouth lower. This goes to mouth 2. This is control lips upper, control lips lower. This is certainly lips 5th, and then this stays in here. Lips corners, these are control bones, they go to lips, and this is tweak mouth side, this mouth, and this is tweak nose mouth. Yeah, I don't have a better for this. So the master is just plainly the, oh, I have it in rest position. Okay, so see, it's interesting. Yeah, some good test. Good test, yeah. Okay, look at the mouth. It's kind of cool, right? The mouth, not ignore the rest. So of course this is not spline skinning yet. So we are making the. We can avoid these things, this interpenetration there, of course, but let's see if the mouth thing. Oh, too many bones in the mouth. So yeah, so maybe we should attempt to get. Yeah, that's why I tried to put those tweak bones in. So actually these are, yeah, now this is too important to be here, folks. So we move this to master, definitively. So this will be like tweaks, but we don't care now. So okay, this bone we can get it larger to differentiate. We are starting to get some idea of what a better mouth shape means, right? In rest position. Still very bad, right? For creating but now we are starting to get interesting, right? Now you can shape the mouth corners. So this is something interesting. That rest position that I had, the mouth started open. We had very difficult time posing the extremities, right? But this is, of course, is not everything. We have also the possibility to it will be a bit difficult. So the tweak bones are very important for the yes, those splines, right? So you don't necessarily need to move So the next thing that I have in mind is that I will have to, I believe, certain of the lips, the exterior spline, bendy bone, only on the outer side, I believe, this is my plan, will have to push this mesh. Otherwise, how would I shape the lips from, let's say I have this condition, and how would I shape the lips if the lips don't move around this, they don't change this mesh around the mouth? It's not possible. They will just move themselves here. So this is why the universal sonic rig, it had the mouth as a whole muzzle plus mouth, so it was all deforming, and I believe shrink wrapping to whatever, I don't know, but the fact is that the mouth shapes, they are the lips, mouth shapes, they require to have influence over this mesh. So we'll have to have lots of blend waves in regarding we'll require to have blended waves between, I believe, so this side and perhaps the profile too here. Oh no, this is the jaw, sorry, this is jaw, and this jaw are not very strong there, so that's okay. Just something that I needed to reassess. So we need that the lips have their share of waves in the around the lips, right, around the mouth. Otherwise, how would I push the lips here without interpenetrations? So this will be the most difficult thing. And if that works, if that proposition works, then we probably would have solved one of the most challenging aspects of this spline skinning mouth rig. Is how to get the mouth shapes deformed so much, and along with the forms of the movement of the mouth, so, and make good shapes that are not just the profiles, but also in this orientation. So let's say an ZX axis viewport, or something like that, right? A plane, right? The mouth in this plane we are seeing from now. So the other allows us to solve the profiles on the current y-axis and z-axis plane. Yes, this is the profile, sort of this plane, right? And then, but we have this whole plane to develop, and I'm not sure the approach. There's another thing that I had. Yes, this is a plan that I believe will fail, so I'm not sure I would consider it, using these splines to manipulate. Oh, I'm just starting to get an idea now. Aha. Okay, maybe we are gonna do this experiment first. So instead of, I was considering taking only the last profile curve here, right, this one, to get more waves into the mouth. But now I've got an idea which is even more crazy, because I can have this last this profile curve used in conjunction with these mechanisms here. If instead I'm using this just as mechanisms for this plane that I'm talking about, to shape the mouth, not lips but the mouth itself, shape the mouth hole, the shape of the mouth hole that will form. and a few more behind the lips. So around the lips. So this I was considering it just as mechanism rig, but actually sort of control mechanism rig. But actually, what if I use these waves, maybe excluding the lips, right? Maybe just lightweight on the lips, but yes, but this one, so I won't mess with the cross stuff, right? With so there will be this will be a new dimension of rig. So I have the profile curves, the lips profile bendy bone splines. I would have these lips on this orientation I'm talking about, XZ, right? XZ plane. Of course, it will rotate camera, whatever. Then these waves for the mouth around, it will blend waves, especially with the mouth rig, but only on this inner area, mostly here on this orientation, which is different from these orientations, right? So I'm not sure. Yes, there's a grand chance this will be disastrous, but at the same time, if that works without if these blended waves don't create horrid deforms here, and the mechanism will drag and shape the stuff there, the profile lips profiles, then we have another story here. Just the mechanism won't be enough, I believe, because I'll still have to have some waves affecting there, and it doesn't matter if from the profile bendy bone or from something there. I believe it would be horrible similarly if it went from. So I'm sort of going into a situation here if I cannot, if those outer wave plane for the lips into the mouth, outer mouth region don't work, I don't know what to do, but I would still have the universal sonic mouth as a last resource for that. Because now I'm entering really the question of how to shape crazy mouths indifferently of shrink wrapping, of no, just want good shapes for the mouth, whatever the plane it is in, just good shapes, how to form this with spline skinning. I'm just not succeeding at it properly, and so this is the mysterious thing. So folks, I think I have another idea here, so I'm gonna take notes of that, and I'll be back later. I need to lunch or something like that, and then we have at least posed that, so partially I've succeeded in this thing. So let's just make a differentiation here. So new lips rest position, yes, okay, we did that, but we didn't retake the pose at lips, and so unfortunately we not everything, but half, so that's fine, yeah, that's fine. So thanks for watching, folks. We'll see you soon. I think today yet I'll be again here next hours, in some hours, in a couple of, after a couple of hours maybe I'll be back. Take care, happy blending, and have a nice weekend. See ya, folks.